Hey, morning, councillors. Welcome. During the prayer, we heard some computers going off. I would appreciate it, please, if computers were put on silent and mobile phones were turned off, or at the very least on non-vibrate and no ring. I do hope I don't have to keep asking through the meeting as people's computers go off. If you don't know how to switch your computer off, then turn to the person next to you and ask for some assistance now, rather than have me permanently reminding you all. For the benefits of those who are vulnerable or otherwise anxious about becoming ill, we ask that you continue to respect the decision of those who still wear a face mask. If you are wearing a mask, please remove it while speaking. Please do not hold the microphone by the stem. They are very expensive to repair. For the benefit of those watching the live stream, please use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote. You may find it easier to remain seated whilst using your microphone. I do propose to take a 20-minute break at approximately 12:30 to allow those of you that wish to take some refreshment and use the facilities. Obviously, that may change depending on exactly where we are in a particular agenda item. So we'll move on to item 1, which is apologies. Chief Executive.
Apologies have been received from the following councillors: Steve Davenport, Paul Gill, Kate Halliday, Tracy Huffer, Richard Huffer, Mark Jones, David Minery, Dan Morris, Paul Wynne, Nat Green. Thank you.
I don't know if there's any others. Anybody wishes to? No. Okay. Item 2 is the disclosable interests. I remind members to disclose any pecuniary interest, other registrable or non-registrable interests in any matter to be discussed, including an interest in their register of interests, and leave the chamber prior to the matter being discussed. Councillor Houghton.
Motion 4, as I'm a trustee on a care provider for adults with learning disabilities.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Item 9, I'm a director on the Star Board of Housing.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking around the room. Okay. I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 15th of December 2022, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record.
I second those minutes.
Looking around the room, is everybody content with those? Good. We'll move on then to item 4, announcements. To receive such communications as the chair and the vice chair and head of paid legal service may desire to lay before the council. I refer you to the list of engagements carried out by the chair and vice chair since the last meeting. Move on to item 5, therefore, which is public questions in accordance with procedure rule 14. We will now deal with questions from members of the public in accordance with the revised procedure rules. The Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to the questions. So we have, first of all, a question from Mr. Mike Streetley.
And his question is this: could you please provide the latest prediction of total pre-construction spend on the proposed North West Relief Road project compared to budget?
Okay, Councillor Marshall.
Yes, thank you for the question. The total project development spend to date, post outline business case across both the Oxon Link Road and North West Relief Road projects is 16.5 million. This comprises 12.1 million on the North West Relief Road and 4.3 million on the Oxon Link Road. This spend sits within current agreed project budget forecasts within the council, Marches, LEP and DFT.
Okay, thank you. We have a second question from Hannah Peters.
And her question is this: I note that Shropshire Council recently announced its decision to support the Climate and Ecology Bill currently in Parliament. However, I understand the council refused to support the provision in the bill for citizens' assemblies. A citizens' assembly brings together a random selection of people from all walks of life to discuss important issues. Those involved get to learn about the issues, discuss them with one another, and then make recommendations about what should happen next. These assemblies have been used all over the world with great success, not least of all in Ireland, where they used to be used to break the deadlock over abortion and gay marriage, and also in the UK, where the British government set one up to look into the climate crisis in 2020. Given the success of citizens' assemblies and the UK government's own commitment to them, can Shropshire Council please explain its dislike of them? Does the council believe that there is such a thing as too much democracy?
Thank you. And the response will come from Councillor Ian Nellins, the Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Climate Change, Environment and Transport.
Thank you. We're on that, sorry. Thanks for the question. Shropshire Council does indeed support the Climate and Ecology Bill, and the Council continues to demonstrate its commitment to achieving carbon net zero by 2030. Shropshire Council is already making progress on reducing its own carbon footprint, and through procurement requirements and education is influencing third-party service providers to reduce theirs. Projects such as Cool Shropshire and events like Shropshire Goes Green are examples of how the Council is also helping businesses and residents to reduce their own carbon footprints. Shropshire Council has its own Climate Change and Carbon Reduction Advisory Board. The board, chaired by myself as portfolio holder for Climate Change, the Environment and Transport, comprises of cross-party elected members, Shropshire Council officers, and representatives of local groups, including Shropshire's Climate Action Partnership, Save Our Shropshire, Shropshire Association of Local Councils, and Shropshire Chamber of Commerce. This effectively is a citizens' assembly. Due to insufficient information on the makeup of the Climate and Ecology Bill Citizen Assembly, Shropshire Council decided not to support that particular section of the bill. So Shropshire Council, in answer to your question, does not have a dislike for citizens' assemblies, but reserves the right of which ones it supports. On the question of does the Council believe that there is such a thing as too much democracy? No, that is why decisions are made democratically. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from Emma Woolard.
Thank you. My question relates to the proposed Northwest Road in Shrewsbury. In February, the Welsh Government announced the result of a major review of its transport policy. All new roads in Wales will need to be judged on strict criteria in order to mitigate the climate emergency. These criteria are: 1, any new road must not increase carbon emissions. 2, any new road must not increase the number of cars on the road. 3, any new road must not lead to higher speeds and higher emissions. And 4, any new road must not negatively impact the environment. Future road projects in Wales will need to improve safety, help with the shift to public transport, walking and cycling, and provide connections to jobs. So the question is, does the Shropshire Council accept this is a good model for judging new roads? And can the Council confirm whether the Northwest Relief Road passes or fails each of the 4 criteria listed? And if the Northwest Relief Road fails these tests, can the Council explain why it continues to support the Northwest Relief Road?
Thank you. And I will turn again to Councillor Richard Marshall, the Portfolio Holder for Highways and Regulatory Services. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. Shropshire Council sits within England, and as such, any bids or business cases relating to major infrastructure and roads are presented in line with the requirements of the Department for Transport. It is not my place to comment on decisions made by the Welsh administration under their devolved powers. I also feel the Welsh administration would probably not be that interested in my opinions anyway. Your question is totally hypothetical, as these are not measures we have adopted. However, the Northwest Relief Road has been assessed positively by the DFT against its criteria as part of the outline business case, and also sets out a compelling case within its current planning submission. As such, The North West Relief Road continues to be a priority scheme for the council. There does exist many benefits for Shrewsbury and the wider county with the construction of this important road. Personally, I look forward to the commencement of the project, and I will view the first day of construction when the diggers are finally on site as a great day of celebration.
Thank you. And finally, we have a question from Chris Naylor.
Good morning, thank you. This is about the proposed cutbacks in BBC Radio Shropshire. As a Shropshire resident living in a rural community, I and others deplore the proposed cutbacks at BBC Radio Shropshire, which will mean both reduced coverage of local issues and news and less sharing of community information about vital local support networks and events. Does the leader agree that losing Radio Shropshire is bound to mean less support for our isolated rural villages and even more focus on our urban centres instead? Can she please set out what representations she has made to challenge this unhelpful reform? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I turn to Councillor Leslie Picton, the leader and portfolio holder for policy and strategy improvement and communications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Naylor, for your question. And you and I must be cut from the same cloth, I think, because the concerns that you've expressed mirror very closely those that I have voiced since the news of the BBC's restructuring of local radio was first announced last autumn. And I first drew attention, as you're probably aware, to in public about my concerns in November of 2022. Like your good self, I also believe that a vibrant local radio station is a part of the lifeblood of a sparsely populated rural county like Shropshire. It's a service that people don't simply enjoy, but we truly rely on for community information. Exactly a month ago, I also wrote to further express my concerns and those of my fellow councillors to Ed Davey, the Director General of the BBC, and a copy of that letter is on our website. I believe that this reflects the view of the council and is perhaps best summed up in this passage from my letter. We think these proposals will be very bad news for a large, sparse rural county like Shropshire, where a healthy local radio station is part of the lifeblood of the county, particularly in times such as floods, when people need good local information and reassurance. I simply do not believe that a station that half the time tries to serve an area from Malpas to Monmouth can effectively do this. At the same time as writing this letter, I also raised the council's concerns in letters sent to the then Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sports, the Right Honourable Michelle Donnellan, and the acting chair of the relevant select committee, Damien Green. Our concerns indeed echoed those that were expressed by the select committee's own sustainability on local journalism report published only a week earlier. This report highlighted the harmful impact on communities of the resulting decline in access to local news, including a decrease in participation in public life, less scrutiny of local government decisions, and increasing level of polarisation and misinformation. Now, I was just about to say that sadly I have not received a reply to either letter, Mr. Naylor. However, as luck would have it, this morning I actually have received a letter from Julia Lopez, who is the Minister for Media Policy, who actually is broadly in agreement with the terms in our letter, and I will get that published and I will also furnish you with a copy of that. I have yet, however, to receive a reply from the Director General, which I find extremely disappointing, and I will be chasing up. But certainly further to your original question, I think it's fair to say, Mr. Naylor, that the Minister broadly agrees with both of us and has made quite significant representation. She also says in the letter that she will be expecting the BBC to make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that's the public questions dealt with, so we will move on to item 6. Just a reminder to members before we start that we are required to take a recorded vote in relation to the budget and council tax items under legislation. I do understand that there is an amendment that has been tabled. A question was asked of me whether that amendment needed to be done by recorded vote, and as such, the Tim and myself decided that should that wish to be a recorded vote, then you'll need to get the requisite amendment members to propose it. That'll save any confusion when we actually get to that part. So item 6 is a financial strategy for 23-24 to 27-28 and setting the council tax resolution 23-24. Procedure rule 18.4 does allow group leaders one speech of up to 10 minutes duration during the budget debate on the budget. So that's one speech of 10 minutes, not 10 speeches of 10 minutes. If we could make sure we remember that. So I'm going to invite Councillor Leslie Picton, Leader and Portfolio Holder for Policy and Strategy, Improvement and Communications, to present the report, move the report, and the recommendations should be then voted on as being received and agreed. Councillor Picton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Well, another new financial year approaches, and yet oddly, the 23-24 financial year has been uppermost in the administration's thoughts for a long time, because we've been working on this budget since January 2022. Over the last 12 months, I've regularly heard other council leaders say that they face extremely difficult budget decisions and warning that there will be serious consequences for many council services. And for those responsible for social care, like ourselves, these warnings are even more stark. Many councils of all political colours are warning they cannot continue with the same level of service or public expectation of services. The Local Government Association has recently said that councils would need to increase council tax 20% over the next 2 years to just close the funding gap that councils currently face. Well, whilst that might be the case, that's really not going to help our residents grappling with the rising costs of living and rising energy prices. For us, this is not a new situation. Our finances have been difficult for a number of years, but statements around not coping could well have been us 12 months ago, I guess. It could be us now, but it isn't. Because as I said at the beginning, we have been working on this budget for many months, and there is a big difference between then and now. Because we've been on a journey that has seen us undertake financial and organisational reviews. We have listened, we have taken advice, and we have developed a plan, the Shropshire Plan. To put all this in some context, in 2022, Shropshire Council's budget was £7 million less than in 2015. And when you take into account inflation over those 7 years, the reduction is much greater. And yet at the same time, the pressures on the council are greater than ever. Looking after our most vulnerable residents is the most important statutory responsibility a council has, and it is an area where we see more and more pressure. Social care accounts for over 3/4 of this council's budget. It's an area where the pressure continually increases as the number of people we look after grows, and their needs now are often increasingly complex. In Shropshire, our population is already older than many other councils, and by 2027, it's expected to age further still. This inevitably means that more and more people will need social care support from the council and help to live in their homes for as long as possible, because that's where they want to be, and that's what is best for their health. And at the same time, the numbers of young people we must safeguard and look after has also increased. Since the pandemic, the number of vulnerable children we look after has more than doubled, and yet our recent good rating from Ofsted confirmed that all our looked after children should be in our care. Couple these pressures with those of recent events, the pandemic, the cost of living crisis, the war in Ukraine and inflation, all of which lead to more and more demand for council services as people turn to us for help. We really do have the perfect storm. But it is against this background that we must now look at how we manage our own budget. We can bleat about needing more government funding and the need for fairer funding, which is all absolutely perfectly true, but it's a big but. Put simply, that is not happening. At least it's not happening now. So we have to get on with it. We must deal with our budgetary situation and take control and secure our future, because if we don't, others will do it for us without any consideration of local priorities, and we risk the cessation of many of our services. services that are highly valued by our residents, such as parks and museums, leisure centres and libraries. The closure of these services is happening in other councils right now. And we in the administration are going to do everything we can to ensure that that does not happen in Shropshire. Without the impact of inflation, we would have been looking at a near balanced budget for this year. Instead, we must deal with the highest inflation for 40 years and high energy costs, which has further impacted upon our financial situation and therefore our next budget. To take control of our future, we must now look at the highest level of savings proposed and the biggest transformation programme in this council's history, and we must close a £51 million funding gap. We have a clear plan of how we will do this, and over the next 3 years deliver savings equivalent to 20% of our budget. We will and we must succeed in this because, frankly, we have no alternative. And I know we're not alone, and I know other councils are facing a similar situation, but we have a plan. We have the Shropshire plan, and it's a plan that we are in control, not government commissioners. And I do not and I will not agree to having this year-on-year scenario where we cut a bit here and we cut a bit there, because I've always been opposed to salami slicing. That works for no one. It works not for the service provider nor the service user. The Shropshire plan acknowledges a change in the way we budget and the way we determine what is spent where. The finance will possibly, for the first time, follow our priorities, those in the Shropshire plan, and our focus will be on outputs and delivering these outputs in the most timely and cost-effective way. And residents who responded to our budget consultation overwhelmingly agreed with this way forward. Part of our plan is to review the many services that the council provides, hence the extra capacity required. And having spoken to many of our staff at the launch of both the Shropshire plan and on more recent occasions, they welcome this. They welcome the opportunity to improve their services because nobody knows those services better than those who deliver them. And work is already taking place within the Getting Leadership Right programme to give them the tools they need to achieve their aims. I won't deny that the 23-24 budget situation hasn't been difficult. It has, and it's seen a huge effort by Cabinet and the exec team to get us to where we are now. But this process has also involved scrutiny and offices throughout the organisation, and I wholeheartedly want to thank everyone who has contributed to this process. This process has resulted in a budget that is balanced, but also a budget that reflects our priorities and protects what other councils and residents are losing. The recent government settlement, better than I expected, I have to say, does not close the gap. What it does do is allow us a small buffer and perhaps most importantly, could result in some monies going into our reserves as our current reserve level is, in my opinion, too low. This budget has also been through a process unseen in this council before, a genuine offer by the administration to be open and transparent, which resulted in an alternative budget process being agreed by all of us at our council meeting in July last year. All opposition groups were given the opportunity to put forward an alternative budget with support from the opposers. I have no intention of rerunning the debate and the discussions we've already had around the proposals put forward, but what I will say is that an alternative budget process was put in place for a reason. The reason was to allow the administration to give proper regard to the items you put forward. In other years, your budget amendments have been tabled on the day with no opportunity for the administration or the officers to sense check and cost the proposals. Your proposals this year as part of the alternative budget process have been considered, debated, and some will also be given further consideration throughout the year. However, not one proposal sought to close the budget gap of 51 million. In fact, what your proposals amounted to collectively were increases in both capital and revenue expenditure, neither of which we can afford. I said it at Cabinet and I'll say it again. I'm disappointed that you didn't produce an alternative budget that sought to close this large funding gap. But actually, I'm not really surprised. I'm not surprised because it's difficult. It's been a long, really tough ask to achieve this. And you can go on about previous decisions, previous administrations and the current government, but the Conservative administration of this council is dealing with the here and now. We are dealing with inflation at over 10%. We are dealing with a cost of living crisis that is affecting everybody, and we are dealing with the increased demand for our services that are struggling because of that increased demand. What were your suggestions for reducing that funding cap? They simply did not materialise. You will soon have the opportunity to make your budget statements, leaders, and we will have no doubt we will hear the usual rhetoric around what we are doing wrong and what you will do differently. But let's be clear this time. You've had the opportunity to show the residents of Shropshire what you would do. You've had the opportunity to show the residents of Shropshire what you would do differently. But you did not take that opportunity. So I seriously hope you don't disregard the decision of this chamber from last July and now seek to make amendments to the budget. Because if you do, I can only assume that you're doing it for one reason. Certain people at the back of the room, notably the press, and also for political grandstanding. This is a balanced budget. We know it will mean tough decisions, but we've actually been making tough decisions for the last 18 months. The plan to resolve our financial situation is, without a doubt, ambitious. But we are ambitious. We are ambitious in our desire to see this council back on an even financial footing, ambitious to ensure this council continues to deliver the best outcomes for the people of Shropshire, and ambitious to ensure people in Shropshire can live their best lives, all part of the Shropshire plan. I propose the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 5.1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think, thank you. Willem, did I hear you say you were going to second that in the thunderclap?
I will certainly second that, and I reserve my right of reply, and I'll get my tin hat out.
Okay, I did allow Leslie an extra 10 seconds. I will be just as generous for the other leaders as well. You'll be pleased to hear, but no more than 10 seconds over. Now, I think most of us know that there is an amendment that's been put forward. Obviously, leaders get 10 minutes. I have had a quick chat with Tim, and I've said that I am prepared to allow leaders of other groups, because normally you get 10 minutes and that's it, but I will allow you 5 minutes on the amendment as well, which I'm told is extraordinarily generous. Let that be known. But Julia, I will give you the choice if you want to speak for 10 minutes to your amendment and then 5 minutes on the budget, or whether you just want to do 10 minutes on the budget and 5 minutes. So you will get that choice, but the other, because you're proposing the amendment, but I won't do that for the other group leaders. You'll get your 10 minutes and then 5 minutes on the amendment. Okay? Right. At what point do you wish to push your amendment forward?
Can I suggest we hear from the group leaders first about our alternative budget, starting with the Lib Dems?
Good. Okay. Roger, you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We all have 10 minutes or 15 minutes, don't we? Sometimes.
You all have 10 minutes on the budget, but then you'll get 5 minutes if you wish to say something on the amendment.
Yeah, I think 10 minutes on the budget.
I thought I'd explained it clearly, but obviously not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, this is my 10-minute response. Shropshire Unitary Council, of course, first met in 2009, and many proposed promises were made about openness, transparency, and being there for the residents of Shropshire. Commitments were made about how decisions were to be made. All the assets and all the monies from the 5 district and borough councils were incorporated within this council, the principal council for Shropshire. 14 years later, and what do we have? A council that is virtually bankrupt. A council that has spent almost all the money it had been given and is also busily trying to sell off, or as much as it can, of the assets it inherited when it was formed 14 years ago. 14 years of a Conservative administration that has made very little investment in the future, investment in the county. Now we are being told there is a need to spend £3 million employing consultants to tell the present Conservative administration how to run a council. What a mess. I think the public need to be given examples of how money has been wasted in recent years. Here are just a few of them. More than £2 million was wasted trying to form a company called IP&E. 2 years after being formed, it was closed and its staff transferred back into the council. Splurging £53 million buying an overpriced shopping centre, which the owners must have just jumped for joy when they found someone was willing to take it off their hands and pay them £53 million. We were promised that the shopping centres would both pay back the capital it cost to buy them and provide a yearly income of around £2.5 million. This year, they are expected to return just over £190,000, nowhere near the £2.5 million that was originally promised. I also noted in the final statement of accounts report for 2022 that was agreed by the Audit Committee in February that just two employees, left the council on an exit package that cost us, council taxpayers, £980,000. In my view, have the Conservative administration done what was promised 14 years ago? An open, transparent, and of course, a well-run council that is there for Shropshire residents? For me, that is an emphatic no. I could say more, give examples of previous decisions made by this council during its Conservative being run, during past years, which has now landed the council in its present perilous position where the council this year is again predicted to have overspent the budget that the Cabinet recommended to it just 12 months ago by around £10 million. This loss, and due to its failures in previous years, have managed to reduce the general fund balance, which is on page 72 of the council papers, to around £5.6 million. To quote from the reports included in the papers before us today at 6.1, to an unsustainable level, no substantial reserves on which to fall back on. As part of the 23-24 budget, it is planned that a £19.7 million is contributed into the general fund balance. The result of all this is that a Cabinet are proposing that budget cuts of £51.4 million is needed. They are listed in section 11. These cuts are to a net budget of £256 million. I do not believe that the cuts itemised in section 11 of this report can or even will be delivered. The history of the Cabinet is that around only 65% of the cuts they have proposed in recent years have in fact been made. Do they need to employ consultants at a cost of £3 million or at a cost of £4,000 a day to tell them how to run a council? Maybe yes, they do, but it is too late. Too much money has been wasted over the last 14 years. They need to start looking at and working in an open, transparent way, a way that was promised 14 years ago. To bring a budget to the council that includes in it the proposed word review 38 times is not good, not acceptable, especially when there is a need to start implementing these cuts in just 30 days' time. No details are provided, and hence it is at present impossible for the group I represent to come forward with alternatives. An open, transparent council? No, we do not have one. We did, however, come forward with a budget and labelled it a budget for the future, a budget for Shropshire. It included investments to give a return, to provide income for the council, not one that just includes cutting many of the services that residents want and need, that are at present provided for Shropshire residents. The council has, of course, £114 million in cash, in reserves, just sitting there. And we ask, why is this? Why haven't they been invested to provide income? We could do with that income now. Other councils did invest their income, and they are getting an income, did invest their capital, and did get an income. And they are not in the position of Shropshire. It also has earmarked reserves. And of course, if these are used, then the council can deliver a budget for the next 12 months without every cut that is at present being proposed, and invest for the future. That is what we would do, provided we had access to all the information that is needed to make that decision. I noted the Cabinet has been talking about this for 12 months, 14 months. All the opposition have seen is a list of cuts with review, review, review. Maybe in 2 years' time, we will be able to do that and show residents what a well-run council is like. Finally, on top of all what I have just said, like a sword of Damocles hanging over the council is the North West Relief Road. A road that in 2019 was said to cost £81 million. Promised help to deliver it were contributions of 58 million. The remaining costs, then estimated as being around £23 million, would need to be paid by Shropshire Council. That was 2019. Our MP, Shropshire Council, is refusing to say anything, but our MP has said that he has been asked to approach government and reporting that the cost has increased by around £30 million to £111 million. No extra grant has yet been obtained. So after already spending £20 million before a planning application is even granted, Shropshire Council is at present due, according to the MP and the lack of investment from the government, to pay £58.5 million towards the North West Relief Road's costs. If and when a planning application is granted, of course. To me, this is madness. I and we Liberal Democrats call on this council to order all work to be stopped. Also, a full and open review also be carried out of the Oxon Relief Road. The budget being proposed today, we cannot support and will not support it. We do not know what review means. We do not know what cuts mean. I read in the article last week that £455,000 is being saved by abolishing the work at home for staff. Work at home, when they're working at home, need help. But according to the information that was in the bulletin that I read, that is being stopped with effect from the end of March, and any applications for the work at home money made after the end of March will not be agreed. Our staff are our asset. We need to grow our asset, and I'm not sure that this does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good. So, who wishes to speak next? Councillor Buckley. Would you be using your 5 minutes or your 10 minutes?
I'll use my 10, thank you. I doubt I'll need them all. I'd like to thank Leslie Picton and Gwilym Butler, because I think they're quite honest about the scale of change that they are bringing to this council. I think all of us can see, and it's written in all the reports, that the extent of the challenge cannot be underestimated and the risk of failing is severe. Nobody could disagree that this will be the biggest change this council has seen, probably for most of the time that any of you have been here. It is drastic. Leslie uses the word ambitious, and ambitious really is a good description of what this Conservative administration wants to do. I wonder if perhaps it's forgotten what the purpose of a council is. Because if you look at what they're bringing to the table, the only things they want to increase are commercial, speculative investments. And all the things they want to decrease our public services to vulnerable residents. There will be £51 million of cuts to services to the taxpayers and residents of our county. It is absolutely the biggest cuts that any of us have ever seen. The Conservatives are proud to tell you they will reduce services to the legal minimum possible. Only if a service is required by statute in law will they continue it. If they have a choice, they will rip it away. These drastic cuts are asking the most vulnerable people to pay the price of the budget deficit of this council. We've heard from Leslie Picton and we've heard from Roger Evans about whose fault that deficit is. I quite enjoyed whether it was previous Conservatives in Shropshire or whether it's terrible Conservatives in Westminster. And of course, it's also the terrible economics, the Trussonomics that have been foisted upon us. So 3 levels of Conservative incompetence that have brought us today to a hole, the biggest hole we have ever faced, of £51 million. And the only solution the Conservatives can offer is to cut away the safety net from our local residents. Who are they going to hurt the most? Roger Evans is right. You'd need a microscope to go through this budget to work out what the opaque language actually means. Because instead of using the word cut, they use the word review. You have to read line by line and see where the minus signs are. Minus £1 million here, minus £1 million there. They're going to take funding away from special needs children so they can't get to school. If children have been excluded from school and been given provision, they'll have to make their own way there, even if it's the other side of the county. If you want to study post-16, there'll now be a consultation on whether your transport shouldn't be funded. So an A-level tax, £2,000 for your family if you want to study post-16. They're going to cut grant funding to local community groups. They're going to delete vacant posts so that our already exhausted workforce will have to do even more work. They're going to reduce support for assisted living. That's disabled adults living at home. They're going to reduce care at home. That's elderly people who qualify for support. These are the most vulnerable people in Shropshire. This Conservative administration is obsessed with buildings and it's forgotten about people. We're told that they have no choice. I've got some great news for you, actually, because there is a really clear choice. 10 miles down the road, Telford and Wrekin Council, a Labour-run council. I thought you'd enjoy that one. They've produced a balanced budget, no cuts to services, a 0 council tax increase, a council tax freeze, so not adding any burden to any resident. And yesterday, I nearly wept with joy when they announced that they are now subsidising rural bus routes so that their rural residents can get in and out of Telford. What a fantastic alternative. Not a theory, not a dream, 10 miles down the road in our own county, an example in front of your eyes that it is entirely possible. And in fact, it's just a political choice. And today, everyone in this room has a choice. You have a choice about whether you support this budget and everything it will mean for residents in your area. You'll have another choice in 5 minutes when I present my amendment. Labour, along with the Lib Dems and Greens, brought forward alternative proposals. We said, we haven't just got an alternative budget, but we have an alternative vision. We think that councils should be about providing services for people. We want to invest in people. We think they're the biggest investment, not commercial buildings. That's for the private sector. And the proposals we brought forward, yes, the age-old chestnut that we think this council cannot afford the additional costs on the relief road. We've all seen the letter, the grant letter that says this council is liable for 100% of every penny of additional cost on that road. We cannot afford to pay for the road. We need to concentrate on investing in our residents. And our proposals included an increase for social worker pay so we can recruit and retain our social workers working with our most vulnerable people. We also wanted to recruit additional educational psychologists to help those vulnerable children in school who are sat on a waiting list to get support for their special needs. We talked about introducing a specialist team for energy efficiency. So helping organisations like our own to retrofit and bring down their energy costs. And later on, we'll talk about a council tax freeze for the most vulnerable residents. Because the other thing that this Conservative administration has chosen to do, in addition to cutting services and investing in commercial projects, they have chosen to put up the council tax to the highest possible level, 5%. So our residents, the ones who are going to lose all these services, have now got to pay the most possible tax. It is a double whammy for the residents of Shropshire. We do not support that, and later on in our amendment, we will ask you to consider a very targeted level of support that will protect our most vulnerable residents. Even Councillor Picton said in her speech that her top priority was the vulnerable residents of Shropshire. I hope that you reconnect with those feelings today, Leslie. I hope you think about that when we're discussing the amendment and we're talking about what to do next. You keep telling us that there's no money left, that there's no other choice. Well, I do hope after the next elections that you pop that in a note to us when we take over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Duncan, are you wishing to throw your oar in?
We'll find out how long it takes.
I will.
But seems appropriate to me to try and lift the gloom on this day with perhaps a quote from literature to try and enlighten us. So how about Dickens' Mr. Micawber? Remember Mr. Micawber? Annual income £20, annual expenditure £19, 19 shillings and sixpence. Result? Happiness. Annual income £20, annual expenditure £20, naught and sixpence. Result? Misery. And what misery we have. Misery that has occurred when the Conservative Party has controlled both Shropshire Council and the government. So there really is nowhere else to take the blame. When I was last on the council a few years ago, I asked the then leader whether he regretted the early decisions of his party to court short-term popularity by freezing council tax. Remember that? And usually I got a one-word answer. Yes. I wonder whether the current leader shares that same view. Even now, when our general fund reserves are likely to be just £5 million at the end of this year, that's the same as the average yearly overspend in children's services alone. The controlling group continues to exhibit what recent public interest reports have diagnosed as optimism bias, Tigger-like mentality of saying everything will be fine if we sing a happy song. But the cracks are very evident. If we have such confidence in our leadership and staff, why have we suddenly decided we need to spend £3 million we haven't got on consultants? And where was that in the budget consultation? The previous strategy seemed to be to hope the grey clouds would suddenly disappear and Sunak's cavalry would come over the sunlit uplands to fill the begging bowl of Shropshire with fruit from the magic money tree. It's good, isn't it? The result of the bids for better bus services or for levelling up funds outside Shrewsbury at least shows us that isn't going to happen. And I think the leaders told us that this morning. Governments of all persuasions, whatever, back winners. And we are clearly not winning on transforming public transport, active travel, climate change or much else. Indeed, the latest dire news this week is that Arriva is now going to close its depot in Oswestry, citing the appallingly low level of subsidy they receive from Shropshire Council, just 40% of the commercial fare, as opposed to a normal 60 to 80%. Maybe the government's assessment is that their money is safer with other councils. The recent peer review got it right. Our financial position is perilous, and that's before today's news. And no amount of bluster and optimism can avoid the harsh consequences of this. If we're going to improve, we need to understand how we got to be where we are. And sacrificing the council's reputation for financial prudence for short-term popularity of council tax freezes didn't help. But we've compounded our problems. Instead of fixing the roof in the good times by investing in prevention and early help in children's services, we did exactly the opposite and capped those budgets. And now we are faced with a double whammy of trying to find the new stepping stones the new stepping stones project to turn around a dramatic increase in children's services costs and the misery of twice as many children coming into care, whilst at the same time trying to find funds to rebuild our balances. And the optimism bias has led us down some blind alleys, like the IP&E company that was going to save the council millions, and more recently a speculative acquisition of shopping centres. All these dreams and aspirations of a quick fix. And let's slay another myth, that somehow Shropshire is much worse off than other authorities in the percentage it has to spend on social care. The reality of the data shows us we used to spend a lower percentage of budget on these services compared to similar authorities. It's gone up, but we are now at average. We are not a high spender of our net budget on social care. We are about average for our peer group. And if you doubt my words, go back to the Director of Finance and look at his presentation. In this year's budget, around the new leadership, in this year's budget round, the new leadership has certainly seen a different language, inviting opposition groups to put forward budget proposals. There are many practical problems with implementing this, at least getting hold of some of the information, but I believe the process was a genuine attempt to harness the talents across this chamber, and to that extent, I welcomed it. To my knowledge, no one has doubted the proposals that the Green Party put forward were balanced. We didn't put forward proposals that would have had a net cost to the council. So that was incorrect by the leaders to suggest that we had. They included proposals to tackle the disgrace of running the council that produces more household waste per head of population than any other council in the country, bar one, as well as funding for buses. And maybe even taking a leaf out of Ospey Town Council's approach and making some free bus routes, and resolving some clear and obvious inequalities in our car parking charges. There were other proposals around insulating our housing stock and addressing domestic abuse. They have all been kicked into the long grass of a review. The suggestion of a waste minimisation strategy has already been in the long grass for the last 2 years since we suggested it to this council. And if you did an archaeological dig into that long grass, you'd probably find the previous waste minimisation strategy that Shropshire Council did actually have, and it expired in 2016. Actually, at that time, the council didn't believe in climate change, but it had a waste minimisation strategy. Now it believes in climate change and doesn't have a waste minimisation strategy. This and other proposals would actually save millions. Spoke to councils like East Cheshire and Chester, and they say they have made significant savings. But it sits there waiting for a review by staff we haven't got until the leader decides to spend more money on consultants to tell us what we already know. As the old saying goes, a consultant is somebody who says, give me your watch and I'll tell you the time. In our case, a very expensive watch, it seems. The council the council is facing an existential threat. We must not repeat the problems and fate of Northamptonshire County Council, where optimism bias and complacency led to disaster. The laptop mouse of the Section 151 officer has never been closer to the issuing of a Section 114 notice, the consequence of which will be catastrophic for the poorest members of our community who need our services most. And that's because we've got a cash flow problem. And however much money we've got available in other services, if we haven't got the money coming in to pay the costs, then we will be in serious problems this year, not in the future. These problems are systemic. Is a result about our decisions about how we run the council. Having an executive of just a few chosen councillors has not harnessed the expertise in this room. It is strange that when the council is facing huge increases in social services, no attempt is made to engage councillors' professional and managerial experiences as social workers. We will never resolve these problems if we see all these issues through the party lens. New times call for a new approach. Everyone, it seems, agreed that scrutiny doesn't work in this authority, but no one to run an organisation that excludes 90% of the board from any real decisions. But this is just what the cabinet system does. We're on a rowing boat with 8 rowers and 66 passengers. It's time to unlock the potential of all our councillors and move to a modern committee system so everybody can get a wider caucus of councillors who have the time and support to really get to grips to understand the drivers of costs in key services such as children's, adults, highways and the rest. While Shropshire is failing to focus, having to focus on its own survival, it is oblivious to the consequence of its actions and omissions on the most important issue of our and maybe any age, which is climate change. It would be ironic indeed if the council was stopped from wasting yet more money on the North West Relief Road. Neither it nor the world can afford by its own mismanagement of its own resources. But hey, every cloud has a silver lining. We have a very brief opportunity to retrofit Shropshire's poorly insulated housing stock and use this to generate green jobs and green investments into our county. But another year goes by without any significant stepping up of these programmes. This will be a year that everyone in Shropshire will remember. It could have been a year when we turned away from doing the wrong things and started to harness all the talents across this chamber to invest in a proper future for residents. Seems this will have to wait for a certain event in the future when residents and business may finally get the budget they deserve. In the meantime, we live in a Dickensian world of misery. It's pretty bad for us, very worrying for our staff. It is frightening for those who depend on our services, and it is tragic for the young and future generations who need us to start matching our words about climate change with actions. And we will not be supporting this budget.
I presume some people's hands must be beginning to feel a bit sore with all the clapping that's going on. Okay, so now the leader of the Independents is not here, David Minery. Ed, I believe you are the deputy leader.
Yes, that's right.
Do you wish to throw in 10 minutes worth, or?
No, my contribution is very brief, actually.
Good.
Because of arriving more recently on the council. Yes, we have a fairly neutral position on this. We hear the concerns, and we do think people are important, as has been pointed out. And it isn't just about assets and structure, but we feel also, I think, that we are in a very difficult position as to how to judge between those things, and we don't want to play party politics. We want to do the best we can for the people that we serve and this county, which is our first calling. And so consequently, we are declining to make any further comment, really, because we find ourselves in a conflicted position, really, between all the arguments we've heard. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was remarkably independent. Thank you. Anybody want to give him a little clap? I don't want them to feel left out. Thank you. There we go. All right. So I don't believe I've missed out any leaders. I'm looking around the room. Julia, is this where you want to bring your amendment in, or?
Yes, I think so. Then we can get on to the debate, the full debate.
Okay.
Thank you. So you've seen an amendment we circulated this morning. It's one of the Labour alternative budget proposals, and we engaged with the process. We worked with officers to develop costings. We brought it to Performance Management Committee where it was discussed. We presented it to Cabinet, and I can tell you that 5 of the Labour proposals were taken up by the Conservative administration to take away to different boards and committees to explore whether they could be used in the future. But we felt that given the pressing situation with cost of living, this was one proposal which needed to be considered today. And I hope that we can persuade some of you more independently minded people to reconnect with your heart and listen to the arguments in favour of this amendment. We are proposing that the 5% increase on council tax, that not be added to the poorest residents of Shropshire. We'd like those people to be protected and have a council tax freeze. The actual cost is £70 a year. But the number of households in categories A and B, these are the smallest properties, so 1-bed flats, very small homes, low value homes, homes whose property value is very low, they add up to a large number of residents. So we have targeted this resource only to those residents who qualify for benefits, and the systems of the council mean that those can be easily identified and easily helped. So we're talking about offering help to people in the lowest value homes who are already in receipt of benefits. And we're asking you to protect those most vulnerable residents from the increase in council tax. We have seen the cost of living absolutely devastate the lives of people whose economic situation is very tight. We've not just got inflation at 10%, but a report yesterday showed that grocery inflation, so the cost at the supermarket, is now at 17%. They've got energy bills going up, they've got all their utility bills going up, and many people's jobs are also now quite precarious. We are asking that the one bill that you in this room have any control over is their council tax bill. You can't do anything about Ukraine, you can't do anything about the energy companies, but every member in this room has a choice whether you protect people from the council tax rise. And I'm asking you to target support on this very focused group of people. The total cost of this policy calculated by the finance team is between £700,000 and £800,000. We would suggest that we have such confidence in the staff of this council, the directors and the leaders who've been through a brilliant Getting Leadership Right training programme. We think that they have all the skills capable to deliver the transformative plans that this council wants to deliver. So we don't think we need to spend £1 million on a consultant to do it for us. But we would save that £1 million and we would use 800,000 of it to target these most vulnerable residents. You won't agree with lots of Labour policies. You might not agree with me personally. But I hope on this one issue, you will think about who you are here to represent today. Who are the people you speak for? Who will you see tonight when you go back to your divisions? Can you please today put aside your party politics, be as independent as Edward Towers? Think about who will benefit from this amendment. We can afford to do it. It will make a huge difference to those people who are struggling the most. It is a choice, the one choice that all of us today have the option to make, and you could make a big difference to people who need it most. I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will need a seconder. Oh, good. Better late than never. Thank you.
Yeah, I will second.
Now you're going to reserve your right, or are you going to speak now?
Yes.
Yes, to reserve.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I reserve my right. Sorry, I was distracted.
Than that. Right, thank you. Okay, you've reserved your right. Okay, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Julia, for bringing the amendment. And I know we've discussed this at length previously, and I guess we have different ways of doing things. I have some various information which I was going to bring within fees and charges, but I'll probably share that with you now. And then we can actually decide who is the caring council, I guess. In terms of council tax support, we will be increasing the payment to households who already receive council tax support by an additional £60. This is £35 more than, hold on a second, £35 more than the government expectation, and will impact over 6,000 of the most vulnerable people in Shropshire. Any households currently due to pay less than the £60 will now need make no payment at all. The total cost of this scheme and the administration of it is contained within the proposed budget for the 23-24 budget, which you have in front of you. Relevant cases not met by this support will be picked up as part of other support packages the council supports, including discretionary reliefs and hardship cases, which I would also like to share with you. The first comment I would make is the socialist Labour idea is you just give money out to everybody. You know, if you're on £40,000 a year, £50,000 a year in your one-bedroom flat, you can still have your free council tax. The second point I would actually make.
Okay, please let Gwilym continue.
If you're on retirement benefit, if you're a retired pensioner on a benefit,
please.
If you're retired in a flat,
Gwilym, please. Let's keep this civilised and orderly. Let Gwilym say what he needs to say, and then you have the right of reply anyway. Or
if you are on I believe the state pension is a benefit. So if you're on a state pension and you have a £30,000 private pension, we'll still pay your council tax, which seems a bit odd. Now then, we go on and we've had a lot of talk this morning that we don't care and we don't do anything for the people of Shropshire. Let me just share some information with you. The Conservative government gave this council over the last financial year, the one we're in, £4,177,590. Out of that, £806,000 went for support for children, payment of £15 per week per child entitled to free school meals. That's 7,500 young people, and uniform grants for Ukrainian refugees. Support with energy costs, funding allocated to keep Shropshire warm, energy efficiency enabling grants, debt fund via the Marches Agency, community resource grants came to 632,000. Targeted payments, this is the word, targeted payments to the vulnerable, to the people we need to care about, to those households suffering as being vulnerable. Groups included pensioners in receipts of council tax, single working parents, housing benefit only claimants, not in receipt of council tax support, claimants on legacy benefits in receipt of council tax support, not universal credit, working families in receipt of council tax support. This Conservative administration spent £1,838,780. Support with housing costs goes to £200,000. Support for vulnerable families through the welfare support team, that is going out visiting food banks and going out to meet people, £500,000. Chairman, to say we don't care and we don't do anything is a blatant lie. And it's nothing more than a lie. But to be truthful, that's all I expect from the Labour Party. Untruths. So, over and above that, the cost of living board has been updated generally, and our group of fabulous staff, a lot around the Revs and Beds team, have made 8,000 outward bound calls, plus 5,500 emails, not waiting people to contact us. We're proactive, we're going out there. There's also been over 6,000 calls now from welfare support.
20 seconds left, Gwilym.
Sorry?
20 seconds.
Okay, and 3,500 conversation. If we scrap the transformation and through the consultants, nowhere in this amendment tells me where you fund the 51 million savings gap. Do you want the commissioners in this time next year? I don't.
That is time. So if you could just wind up, that would be useful. Otherwise, we'll be here.
We have a plan. We have a way. We are going to control this council, and we're going to deliver for the future of Shropshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have had Councillor Ed Bird indicate that he wishes to speak.
We've got the new devices. Just like to thank Councillor Butler for the detailed response they provide there with the facts and figures. So I want.
Sorry, is that on there? Okay, wrong button. There's only two buttons, 50% chance. Okay.
Yeah.
Background is IT as well. All right. Yeah, for the detail there, which really supports my point, which is that the council already provides support for the most vulnerable members of society, which is quite right. And I'm sure that everyone in this room would support that spending. And those are statutory requirements. And for another colleague to say that, we don't spend much on adult social care in comparison to that we now only spend the average for any council. Well, the fact is that all councils spend a very large proportion of their money on their income on those sorts of services, on children's services, on adult services, adult care services. Now, it's really important that we do safeguard that budget, because those really are the most vulnerable members of society. They have no other means of income, whereas people of working age obviously do. So therefore, it is important that we balance our budget And unfortunately, we are in circumstances for a number of reasons where we need to make cuts to safeguard those budgets. Now, just coming back to the point about party politics, I do find that rather frustrating when literally 10 minutes earlier, my colleague mentioned Telford and Wrekin Council. I just want to point out that at the last Conservative administration in 2011, Telford and Wrekin's debt sat at £117 million. I haven't got the very latest figures, but from the middle, these figures are from the middle of 22-23, and Telford and Wrekin's debt was £563 million, of which half is interest payments, repayments only. So I'm sure, you know, I hope you're not proud of that record. That's very worrying, and I wouldn't want Shropshire Council to be in that situation, because that money has to be repaid somehow, and eventually cuts will have to be made. They are just putting off those cuts for the time being. So I think that comparison needs to be thought through a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got two councillors. I've got Kevin Pardy and then Julian Dean. Councillor Kevin Pardy.
Thank you, Chair. If we were in Parliament, and I know we're not in Parliament, if the word liar or lied was used, they'd be asked to retract that. I've been called by Councillor Butler this morning a liar as a member of the Labour Party. I wish that to be withdrawn, please.
Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. I'm supporting this amendment, but in particular, I wanted to speak on the very final point that Councillor Butler made, where, if I heard him right, what he said was the Labour amendment will take away our opportunity to have the consultants who are going to tell us where those £51 million, how those £51 million worth of cuts are going to be implemented. In other words, we're being asked to support a budget where there is no idea how those £51 million worth of cuts are actually going to be implemented. As Councillor Evans said in his speech, you know, this budget is full of review, and now we're told actually all of that is magical thinking.
Councillor Dean, we're actually on the amendment.
I am speaking to the amendment.
Budget. All right.
I'm speaking specifically against what Councillor Butler said when he responded to the amendment, Chair, please, if you'd allow me to finish. So I would strongly object to the idea that we're being told that the Labour amendment is going to result in £51 million worth of cuts with no plan, because it's your plan. Presumably, you have some idea of where those cuts are going to fall.
Thank you. Councillor Clare-Wild.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we've had enough now. I think we should put the vote. I think I need 10 people to stand up to agree with me.
I accept that. I am going to bring just Roger in, who has indicated, no, you don't have the right reply as the proposer, and I've also got the seconder. I'm going to bring Roger and the seconder in, Claire, and then we will move to the vote to respect that. I'm also, before we start that, Councillor Pardy did request that the word liar was removed in the interest of showing respect to one another. Willem?
Chair, I would have great difficulty with that, because the leader of the party...
Thank you. If you want to sit here and do my job, you're more than welcome. But please, that will do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Councillor Pardy is actually telling me that I don't care about the people of Shropshire.
Right.
To me, personally, that is a lie. If you talk to my constituents and the people I've dealt with, it is a blatant lie.
Yeah.
Thank
you. You're not prepared to withdraw it then. All right. There you go. Okay. Councillor Roger Evans, and then I'm going to come back to Caroline Bagnall, who seconded.
Thank you, Chairman. The decorum in this chamber seems to be deteriorating. However, I put my hand up, Chairman, to speak to the amendment and to support it. I think this money being spent to help those vulnerable would be far more effective to assist and help those who are in need. I'll keep it short, but as I say, I and my colleagues will be supporting it because this does make sense. This is an investment. This is showing that the council does actually care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm going to come to Councillor Bagnall, who seconded, and then as per the request, and I've allowed a little bit of extra debate beyond that, which perhaps I shouldn't have done, but I have. Councillor Bagnall.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome some of the support that Councillor Butler has mentioned, the fact that there is support for food, clothing, debt and so on already included in the budget. However, this amendment actually is about helping people who are on means tested benefits. These are not your average, pensioner and so on, people with incomes from other means. I want to make that absolutely clear that we would welcome the change, provided that the word means tested was substituted for the word universal. We are not looking at universal benefits here. So this particular amendment is about offering support to people who live on the lowest incomes in our county, for the people who most need that extra support at the moment, because they are already living on the breadline. They are already on means tested support. This is not about a universal benefit. Thank you.
I did request a recorded vote for this amendment.
I would say you have more than enough. So a recorded vote it will be. So please, members, bear in mind for clarity, we are not voting on the budget and the tax resolution. We are voting on the amendment that has been put forward by Councillor Julia Buckley.
Did the lot?
She wanted to insert the word means tested, as Gwilym misunderstood and thought it was universal. So she accepted Gwilym's proposal to include the words means tested before the word benefit.
Julia, I will allow you to say exactly now. We've debated it enough. I'm not going to go into further debate, but please, pray tell us exactly what you're asking members to vote on.
So it says, council to offer council tax rebate equivalent to the rise, brackets, effectively a council tax freeze, close brackets, to all those residents currently in receipt of, we'd like to insert the word means tested, because Gwilym quite rightly pointed out it might have been misunderstood that we meant universal, and then continue as it says, benefits and living in properties whose council tax is banded A or B for 23-24. So we're just adding the clarity that Gwilym has brought to the debate.
I think we've got
support.
All right, good.
Can I have a right to reply to the amended motion, Chair?
Sorry, that's what we're voting on. It's a recorded vote. I'm going to get on with it. I think we've spent more than enough time on this now. Chief Exec.
Roy Allcroft.
Against.
Jeff Anderson. Caroline Bagnall.
For.
Nicholas Bardsley. Joyce Barrow.
Against.
Bernie Bentinck.
For.
Thomas Biggins. Edward Bird.
Against.
Andy Boddington. Peter Broomhall. Julia Buckley.
For.
Gary Burchett.
Against.
Gwilym Butler.
Against.
Dean Carroll. Steve Charmley. Ted Clark.
For.
Rachel Connolly.
For.
Gerald Dakin. Rosemary Dartnall.
For.
Mary Davies.
For.
Julian Dean. For. Jeff Elner, David Evans, Julia Evans, Roger Evans.
For point of order, Mr. Chairman, there's some members who are voting without pressing their microphone, according to my indication.
I think providing it can be heard, we're not using electronic voting yet. I think the chief exec will come back if he can't hear somebody, so.
On a point
Please
of
use your
order,
microphones when
point
you
of
vote.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Roger.
It's the recording that's there, as you said at the start of the meeting. The people who are viewing the recording cannot hear it unless the microphone is.
We'll ask members to use their microphones, please.
Rob Gittins.
Against.
Simon Harris.
Against.
Nigel Harting.
For.
Nick Hignett.
Against.
Ruth Houghton.
For.
Vince Hunt.
Against.
Kirsty Hurst Knight.
Against.
Mike Isherwood.
For.
Simon Jones.
Against.
Duncan Kerr.
For.
Heather Kidd.
For.
Christian Lee.
Against.
Hilary Luff.
Against.
Nigel Lumby.
Against.
Elliot Lynch.
Against.
Robert Macy.
Against.
Richard Marshall.
Against.
Pam Mosley.
For.
Alan Mosley.
For.
Cecilia Motley.
Against.
Peggy Mullock.
Against.
Ian Nellins.
Against.
Kevin Pardy.
For.
Viv Parry.
For.
Tony Parsons.
For.
Leslie Picton.
Against.
Ed Potter.
Against.
John Price.
Against.
Chris Schofield.
Against.
Dan Thomas.
Against.
Robert Tyndall. Edward Towers.
For.
Kevin Turley.
For.
David Basma.
For.
Alex Wagner.
For.
Claire Wild.
Against.
Brian Williams.
Against.
Mark Williams.
For.
Rob Wilson.
For.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ponto. 27 for 36. Okay. That is 27 for and 36 against, so the amendment has fallen.
Can you repeat those numbers, please, Chair?
27, 36. 27 for, 36 against. Okay? Well. No. All right. So we will then go back to item 6 now that we've taken and dealt with the amendment. I think we've had a lot of debate on the amendment, but I'm looking around for hands. In which case I will go back to Councillor Gwilym Butler, who reserved his right. Sorry? We did. And I said, having just debated the amendment, we've said a lot about it. I'm looking around for hands. And no hands went up. And now they didn't go up when I asked. I will
was a bit quick, Chair. I think that they didn't catch.
Yes. Or a bit slow, depending on how you look at it. So I'll start with Councillor Heather Kidd. Yes, I'm starting with you. That means you go first. Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
all right. Well, Roger would get upset, particularly his own members, if it was not on.
And it's the last thing I need to
And
do.
absolutely, last thing you all do.
Thank you. Or even you.
Great, continue.
Right. This is not a party political point, but I would like to point out that this chamber does have a number of parties present in it. So undoubtedly it will always be viewed in that way if we disagree with anything. So this is not a disagreement, this is a request. I have asked on several occasions for the cuts in adult social care to come to scrutiny so that the appropriate scrutiny committee can actually look at how those savings, as they're referred to, are going to be made, because I think that's a very important part of service delivery. I think it's also a very important part of our role in scrutiny to know exactly how that is going to happen and how it's going to reflect on our residents across the whole of Shropshire. I do think there are a number of other areas that actually ought to go to scrutiny, and it's a great shame that they haven't been able to come to us before, because knowing exactly where those savings are going to be made gives us a much more informed way of debating the whole budget. And in those, I'd like to see at other scrutiny committees, although the one I'm interested in is always HASC, I'd like to see both libraries and the savings in libraries and leisure centres that are noted in there, just to be brought back so that we know exactly what that means for a number of different places. But there are a number of those, and I think that is up to each individual scrutiny committee to be able to request. But for me to be able to see how the savings in, and all of them, because they amount to more than 2 million, I believe, and I have asked, I'd like that to be on the work programme so that we have a full understanding. And could we next year have those potential savings come to scrutiny before we get to February and the budget, please?
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardy. Now, other people who put their hands up, you'll have to put them up because you put them down too quickly. Councillor Pardy.
Thank you, Chair. The financial strategy review features cruel cuts, and to state that all vulnerable people are protected is a lie. Amongst those that have been disregarded are a group of children with special educational needs. These children will lose transport services to specialist educational hubs and centres, namely the Tuition Medical Behaviour Support Service, the TMBSS. They will lose vital service. They lose this vital service because they do not fall into a statutory grouping. Children that live at home are penalised because they live at home. They are not children that are looked after within the children's services. Many live in the rural areas. Their only means of attending a school that is vitally important to them is via using contracted transport. Transport parents could not otherwise afford due to financial hardship. Most children that attend the TMBSS come from families that are in this situation. Over 50% of children that attend the TMBSS require transport. Mainstream schools turn to TMBSS knowing the staff are highly skilled and experienced, as has been recognised by Ofsted for over a decade. Losing transport means children will lose the support that could possibly have changed their lives for the good. Being disenfranchised, children will be vulnerable to dangerous outside influences such as county lines. Others may have increased mental health problems. If children are accepted back into mainstream schools, they will fall behind educationally, and those that feel they do not fit in will be disrupted and cause problems for other children in the school. To prevent more children from having the opportunity that others have is morally wrong and the portfolio holder should be ashamed as she hides behind the excuse of non-statutory. She may be breaking equality laws. At the cabinet meeting, the portfolio holder told us that affected parents can pay for the transport. This statement illustrates just how out of touch she is. Those people on the right of this chamber will vote in support of this strategy, and I can guarantee most of them have never heard of the TMBSS. They will toe the party line to the detriment of the young people, even those councillors that tell me sincerely we do it for the children will vote in favour of this strategy. A quote from a parent: "Without the support from this school, my child would have been completely disengaged from mainstream and home life. This time last year, he was close to going into care due to us struggling as a family to cope with its behaviours. This school provision has truly saved our family unit, and for that alone, we are truly grateful." Yesterday in PMQs, Rishi Sunak said, "Education was the silver bullet." The following are the words of Gillian Keegan: "Education was the silver bullet." The following are the words of Gillian Keegan, your Conservative Secretary of State for Education: "I passionately believe no matter where you are from or what stage of life you are at, you should always be able to get a high quality education and receive the right support in the right place and at the right time. This includes children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities and those in alternative provision." Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm looking around the room for any other hands. Well, as a seconder, I will now bring you back in.
Thank you, members, for the debate. It's got a nasty taste in my mouth that we are called liars and we are called, you know, that we should be ashamed. And at the same time, nowhere on the other side of this house is a single person bringing forward any way to solve the £51 million of deficits that we're going to face. And if we don't do that, and it's because we have this plan, and it's because we have the way forward, and we're going to bring in specialisms to help us, we're doing that because we care. We care passionately about this organisation. We care passionately about Shropshire. But more importantly, we care passionately about our staff and the outcomes we can deliver to the vulnerable people within our community. It feels a long time since we met. We were at the college last year, and a lot has been done to allay issues raised at that meeting. I've introduced an alternative budget process after the process was scrutinised, and I have brought regular updates to Cabinet on the MTFS on a regular basis like never before in a view of transparency. Furthermore, my excellent team of finance officers have made themselves available to the opposition like never before. Roger, and I said this at Cabinet, and people this side of the room, I apologise, the parrot is back in the room. Where will you get the £51 million? Shrewsbury Town Centre is thriving. Car parks are full at the weekend. Would you have preferred a boarded up shopping centre with absent landlords and no control on how the town is developed? You will see as we move on to the demolition and planning permission stage, the value of the shopping centres will come back. We plan for the future. We, like the Shropshire Plan, have a vision for Shrewsbury Town, economic growth, jobs, which will bring revenue to this council and also introduce a healthy environment under our short, medium and long-term plan, not just the wins of today. You will also see under our plan that reserves will return to a good level within the next 12 months. You had access with the officers, like I said before, and we've told you time and time again about the reviews. And where there are reviews, they will come to Cabinet in the normal way. And Heather, your request in respect of scrutiny, I will take that back and speak with the administration. Personally, I would support it. Again, nowhere in your report have you said where the £51 million will come from. The opposition just don't get it. If we don't have the plan and we just carry on with our eyes shut, the government and their commissioners will do it for us. Then you will see who's not caring or who doesn't care about the vulnerable. My goodness. Julia, heart rendering. Again, I've really taken a point about this fact that you say that I don't care. We all care passionately about this council. I'm sure everybody in this room, but I cannot have you not acting, not you particularly, but other members not acting in an unprofessional manner to other members of this great chamber and telling them that they should be ashamed, I think is absolutely disgusting when we have an outstanding Ofsted. 84% of the children we've supposed have been brought into care because we've been told to by the courts. And I think it is just political posturing. Again, you've come out with misleading information around Send Transport and our capacity to work with educational psychologists. The constant scaremongering and untruths do more harm, and the electorate will see through you. Duncan, thank you for your comments, and I believe some of your recommendations will be looked at further, but yet again, they will not sell the parrot in the room, or should I say the elephant, the £51 million if we need to survive. There is a stark difference. We have a plan, as I said, for the short, medium and long term. This will put us on a stable financial footing and restore a sustainable level of reserves for this council, for our staff and for the people who need us. It will ensure the future of the council moving forward.
30 seconds, Graham.
Okay. The council taxpayer has a clear choice. A value for money, sustainable, council fit for needs, with a Shropshire plan to drive our spend or outcomes, or Chairman, a socialist, no change, keep jobs as they were, possibly in years gone by. Jobs for the boys speaks to mind. Put the council in aspic. They want no evolution, no change, and yet they could not bring anything major to help the parrot, the 51 million gap. I second the recommendations. Thank you.
Leslie, you have the right of reply.
Thank you. I don't intend to speak for very long. I'm sure you'll all be very pleased about that. But I will just make a few points. The first point actually I want to bring in is about the amendment. And the amendment that was put forward, I think, is indicative of a situation that we had with the proposals put forward by the opposition. And I've said it at Cabinet, and I will say it again, because I think this is a really important point. Either you don't understand the difference between capital and revenue, or you are deliberately misleading the press and the residents of Shropshire, more importantly. Let me just take the amendment. The amendment was get rid of the consultants, spend it on people in Shropshire. We're already spending helping the people in Shropshire. That is a revenue amount, Councillor Buckley. And the consultants is a capital amount. So what I would say to you is, as I said to you all in the alternative budget process, if you're putting forward ideas that are outside of the £51 million, they have to be cost neutral. But they were not cost neutral. To pick up on some various points, Councillor Evans, Leader of the Opposition, you've been here a long time. Thank you for the history lesson. But as I said earlier, we have to deal with the here and now, not IP&E, not any of that, because I and these guys here cannot change that. What we change is the future, not the past. But thank you. I was grateful for the history lesson. I will come back again and say, because a couple of things you said was that, we didn't get the information, we didn't understand it. I say it again, it's like marking my own homework. When we started this process, we said, how much money are we likely to get in 23-24? Now, how do we spend it? That's what you should have been doing. Not looking at what we were trying to do and then going, oh, we changed that. But actually, you didn't even do that. You didn't even change anything in that 51 million. Not a thing. I didn't see anything in there about you putting social workers' pay in there. You used a fictitious capital amount to spend it. So I'm really, really confused. You're giving, it was not cost neutral. You are giving all the right signals.
Okay, so let Leslie finish, please.
You are giving all the signals that you're the caring and sharing opposition, but you're not dealing with the main issues. Telford and Wrekin does not have a council tax freeze, Councillor Buckley. It is putting the amount up by 2%. If you want to go down that route, that's fine. We are only putting council tax up by 2.99%. Okay, so that's a point made. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you for bringing Mr. McCorber into it. But actually, you're right, because there is a little bit of Mr. McCorber about this, because we have got to balance the budget. And thank you for also saying that none of us want the commissioners coming in, because it will be absolutely appalling to all of us. And the last thing I'll just say before we go to the vote, I am getting a little tired of certain subjects being raised as fact when they are actually incorrect. And I'm going to go back to the send transport. Nobody has said we are taking transport away. What we have said is that we were doing things differently. And this comes back to the point about savings and cuts. We are looking for savings. We are looking at doing things in a different way. That is not necessarily about cuts. This budget is probably the most important budget this council will have in the next 15 years. We are committed to it, we have a plan, and we will deliver it. And Heather, I don't have a problem at all with those things going to scrutiny. I welcome it, as you would expect. I propose the original motion.
That will. I think we need to steer clear of the multiple rounds of applause. I think one after each leader was enough. I don't think we need to go on. This is not a circus. It is the council chamber. Okay, Chief Executive.
Roy Allcroft.
For.
Jeff Anderson.
For.
Caroline Bagnall. Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow.
For.
Bernie Bentic.
Against.
Thomas Biggins.
For.
Edward Bird.
For.
Andy Boddington.
Against.
Peter Broomhall.
For.
Julia Buckley.
Against.
Gary Burchett.
For.
Gwilym Butler.
For.
Dean Carroll.
For.
Steve Charmley.
For.
Ted Clark.
Against.
Rachel Connolly.
Against.
Gerald Dakin. Rosemary Dartnell.
Against.
Mary Davies.
Against.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Jeff Elner.
For.
David Evans.
For.
Julia Evans.
Against.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Rob Gittins.
For.
Simon Harris.
For.
Nigel Hartin.
Against.
Nick Hignett.
For.
Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Vince Hunt.
For.
Kirsty Hurst Knight.
For.
Mike Isherwood.
Against.
Simon Jones.
For.
Duncan Kerr.
Against.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee.
For.
Hilary Luff.
For.
Nigel Lumby.
For.
Elliot Lynch.
For.
Robert Macy.
For.
Richard Marshall.
For.
Pam Mosley.
Against.
Alan Mosley.
Against.
Cecilia Motley.
For.
Peggy Mullock.
For.
Ian Nellins.
For.
Kevin Pardy.
Against.
Viv Parry.
For. Sorry, against. Not to get carried away with that. Sorry. That made you all think though, didn't it?
Okay, gentlemen, councillors, ladies, please.
Tony Parsons,
Against.
Leslie Picton,
For.
Ed Potter,
For.
John Price,
For.
Chris Schofield,
For.
Dan Thomas,
For.
Edward Towers,
For.
Kevin Turley,
For.
David Vasmer,
Against.
Alex Wagner,
Against.
Claire Wild,
For.
Brian Williams,
Undoubtedly for.
Mark Williams,
Against.
Rob Wilson.
Against.
Thank you.
Results are in. That's 38 votes for and 25 votes against. So the budget and financial strategy and council tax resolution have passed. Okay. We will move on to item 7, fees and charges. I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder for finance and corporate resources, to present the report and move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The report is in front of you. I think I was going to, in this actual report, talk about what I talked about in the amendments about the help that we are actually giving out to people. I do totally appreciate and I do care that with the cost of living crisis and inflation, the impact of another council tax bill landing on the mat, etc., may provide further hardship for the vulnerable and less well off in our society. But I'm also very pleased to announce that the Conservative government in Westminster has yet again awarded us approximately £4.2 million to actually help those people less vulnerable than ourselves. And again, sorry?
Right, please, Councillor Burchett, we allow him to get on.
You knew what I meant. Yeah, more vulnerable. So, moving forward, we will be carrying on contacting, like we have the 25,000 people we did before. And I take the point about the amendment that was previously raised about the means tested benefits, because what we don't want to do is just throw people some money through their letterbox, which again would create a revenue crisis for the following year, because how do we fund it next year? But what I want to do is I want those people to contact us about the hardship fund, because it is not just about the council tax, it is about the cost of food, it is about the cost of fuel. And there are a lot of other ways that we can actually help those people. We can also help them to insulate their houses. Marches Energy have got grants direct from government to help with fuel top-ups for payment meters. So it's if we just send everything out to people, they're getting half the deal. And because I care, And because we want to do things differently, we want to try and get best value and deliver everything forward. Again, with the social rents, it's a 7% increase. And again, I do feel the pain, but our increasing costs, we want to keep the houses in a good state of repair, and we have to pay the staff who actually undertake that. So no further to do, Mr. Speaker. I'll move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is seconded by
me, Chair. Thank you.
Are you withholding your right, or are you speaking?
Withhold my right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mosley and then Councillor Kidd.
Thank you, Chair. There's one item on here that I wanted to raise, as I think it does affect vulnerable and low-income people probably disproportionately, and that's the various increases to the pest control service we have. Now, I understand that it's on full cost recovery for such services, but the increases range depending on the nature of which pest you've got a problem with, between 12 and 33% for the forthcoming year. In the past, certainly in Shrewsbury, former council and housing associations have assisted social housing tenants, low-income tenants, people often vulnerable, with these problems. And I've been contacted by residents over time who've had infestations of wasps and rats, mice, bees and other undesirable creatures in their homes, and they really struggle to afford the council services to get rid of the problem. One of my colleagues here today has a property in her division where there's rat infestation in one property, and the property above it is really suffering because the people are not addressing it, largely on the grounds of cost. And this issue becomes not just a problem for the house that's got the infestation, but on houses around. So I wonder if we could look at some sort of scheme where we had an exemption or a discount for those on low income or on certain means-tested benefits to reduce the problems residents are suffering and the impact on not only them, but those around them. The Shropshire Plan has at its core healthy people and healthy environment. And I think that would certainly contribute towards those ambitions. So can we look in the future at having a discount or exemption scheme for people on low incomes? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kidd and Councillor Pardy.
I see that the fees for bulky waste collection have gone up quite considerably. And I've been trying very hard to make sure, and I think Ian knows this, that we can have a more effective bulky waste collection so that furniture that is able to be reused, and certainly during the cost of living issues, is not left out in the rain and so on. So I'm hoping that somebody can tell me that the rise in the collection rate will actually help to make sure that those collections can help internally. I've raised this with a number of people internally, and it's now need to do that in public so that actually we don't have stuff going to landfill when it could be reused, because we do have people leaving perfectly good settees which are fireproofed and all the rest of it, leaving them outside, it rains, they can't be used again. So just at the moment when people are feeling the pinch hugely, I think it's something that the council really needs to look at. If you leave white goods that could possibly be pat tested and looked at for future use, which are particularly expensive for people on low incomes, if you leave those outside, they're finished. So the collections and how we do it needs to be built into these rises, please.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardy.
Thank you, Chair. This is not actually on this subject, but very quickly, for the benefit of people that are sitting around me, on public sitting behind me in offices, I'm using my phone for the agenda. I don't want anybody to mistake that I'm playing whatever game that's popular today. My laptop's collapsed and died. Thank you.
Are you winning? Thank you. Councillor Viv Parry.
I'd also like to talk about waste collections. We have a lot of people think that Ludlow people, we have quite a lot of rich people in Ludlow, but I'm afraid we don't. We have people that are deprived as much as anywhere else. We have lost our disposable site, which we lost a few years ago. Now tomorrow, our furniture scheme will close. Now, that is going to be a great loss to the people of Ludlow. We will find that more things will be dumped at the side of the road. As Heather has just said, Councillor Kate has just said, we really used the furniture scheme really well. Not just for people to be able to go in there and buy. My friend went in the other week and got a new settee for £25. It's a great loss to the town and for surrounding areas, but also for people who cannot afford anything new. And also people who are refuse that are brought from other places, and we're given containers of 30 odd pounds worth of goods so that they could use those, because they had to leave their homes at short notice and take the children with them. So that is all going to stop tomorrow. I would like to say that we as a council, I think, are concerning, and I know our officers work very hard towards, and I must say, when I get in touch with the officers on this council, they always help me as much as they possibly can. But to lose something that has worked for several years, and I know it was looked after by Wrekin Council, it's a great loss to us anyway, and I hope that we as a council are going to do something about it.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan Kerr.
Yeah, I just want to raise concerns over the charges being levelled at the centre in Oswestry, which, as you all know, Chairman, better than I do probably, is a youth facility with very few young people able to use it because of the scale of the charges. So another 10% increase takes the hourly charge from the main hall to nearly £50. And the Town Council is willing to put on and fund itself, but these rates just make it impossible for any local voluntary organisation to put on any youth services at all. And we end up with a building sitting there, lottery funded, fabulous building, utterly unused by young people because young people haven't got the money to pay for it. So I will be voting against this unless you can reduce these charges. I think they should come down from what they are. They certainly should not have a 10% increase. I noticed that things like car parking excess charges aren't having a 10% increase. So why we think young people can afford a 10% increase, I do not know. And ditto charges you're making for bus operators to use Oswestry bus station are both appalling place in terms of its cleanliness and upkeep, but still operators have to pay and you're charging them 10% more, and I just do not know what they're receiving for their money. So I'd like some answers to those questions, please.
Okay, looking around the room. I see no more hands, so I'm going to come to the seconder who withheld his right, Councillor Chris Schofield.
You'll be pleased to hear, Chair, nothing to say.
Good. I'm pleased indeed. Councillor Gwilym Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. Pest control and such like. I do believe that if people are on certain types of benefits, there are things which the council delivers that you will get reduced rates. And I'm certainly willing to, or I will ask the appropriate portfolio holder to have a look at that and take it away to see what we can do. In respect, I feel for the furniture centre in Ludlow, and I know it was mainly around the cost of delivering it, and it wasn't being used enough. And I think we are moving slightly into a different world. There are charities now that collect a lot of furniture and white goods, and also I know in my particular area people use the free sites on social media, you know, free to collect if anybody wants it. So and that's probably the way forward. In respect of the room hire, I would imagine it's just cost neutral with the power costs going up, difficult times, as we all know. There is within the MTFS a review of the parking strategy, so don't hold your breath on car parking charges. But what I would say, everything you've mentioned on this is exactly next year. I hope you will bring in your alternative budget, that you don't want it, but tell me where you're going to get the money from. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. So that is item 7, fees and charges. We're going to move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Those against? You put your hand up and leave it there. Don't put it up and down. It'll confuse everything, please. And any abstentions? We're doing this because it was requested at the last meeting by one of the councillors that we officially count them. We are hoping in the near future to move to electronic voting, which could be even more difficult, Viv, than just putting your hand up at the right time. But there we go. Okay. Do you want to know those figures, or are you happy and content for me just to say that it has passed? Okay. Good. Right. Well, it is now 12 o'clock, so we will try and get another one, if not two item agendas in before we stop. Item 8 is the Treasury strategy for 23-24. And once again, going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler to present the report. Move the report be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is annual housekeeping. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through this report. All I would say is our team of excellent officers are doing a sterling job, and the increase in interest rates is having a positive effect on our revenue position. The process is about the process of how we have to deliver this, and Chair, I will just go forward and move the recommendations as set out in item 3. Thank you.
Very good. I understand that's being seconded by Councillor Nick Barnsley. Is that correct?
Second, and reserve my right.
Okay, looking round for hands. Okay, right of reply reserved. Do you wish to answer any of those questions?
Nothing to add.
All right. Gwilym.
Happy to move, Chair.
Happy to move. Right. All those in favour, please show. Well, I think it might be unanimous looking at. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. That saves all the counting.
Thank you.
That's all right. You're very welcome, Tim. Local Authority Housing Fund. I now invite Councillor Dean Carroll, Portfolio Holder for Growth Regeneration Housing, to present the report and move the report be received and agreed. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Hopefully this won't be a particularly controversial paper. As part of the government's local authority housing fund under the Homes for Ukraine and Afghan Refugee Resettlement Scheme, we've been awarded just over £3.2 million of central government funding to purchase some housing within the HRA, the Housing Revenue Account. We are match funding that with £3.25 million of borrowing within the HRA, and with an additional £750,000 contribution from Section 106 Affordable Housing Funds. This will provide up to 30 homes, which we need to purchase by November of this year, that will, in the first instance, be used for the rehousing of Ukrainian and Afghan households that we have accepted within the county, who are or about to become statutorily homeless. Once the immediate need for these units to be set aside for Ukrainian Afghan families has passed, they'll be released into the general fund and will remain then as affordable general use houses within the HRA managed by Star Housing. I hope that this is broadly accepted. There are recommendations 3.1 to 3.4. I move the recommendations and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. And that is being seconded by Councillor Royal-Croft, I believe.
Yes, and I reserve my right.
It's always hard to see people when they don't stand up, but I know we sit down to talk into the microphone. So, okay, I have got two councillors thus far who have indicated. I have got Councillor Parsons and then Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we strongly support this proposal, and it is good to see that we are looking to make more provision than we are already doing for Ukrainian and Afghan refugees who are fleeing war and terror. We know that the schemes that we've had in place previously, particularly for the Ukrainian families, has been very successful. But we also are aware that there, I think, are now 17 of those families that came here and were being supported by our local residents that are now in bed and breakfast or in other means whereby they are not in such a good position. So this will certainly help that situation, and we strongly support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth-Hahn.
Thank you. I also fully support the proposals. However, there are some significant issues around the disposal of social housing, particularly in the southwest of the county. And I wonder whether this council would consider using the same approach of using Section 106 commuted sums and borrowing on rental income to deliver affordable housing where it's most needed, as well as for this very valuable scheme. And the reason I ask this is that within the Bishop's Castle division alone, in the last 6 to 8 months, 8 properties are being disposed of for sale from a housing association because they do not, in their view, consider them viable to improve the EPC rating on. And in the context of no development happening in the south because of the environmental impact of the Clun River, we really need to consider how we can address that issue. And the approach being used for this scheme, which I fully support, is an approach that could be used to address and stop some of those affordable housing sales.
Thank you. I can't see any other hands. Councillor Allcroft, you reserved your right.
No further comment, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back to the portfolio holder then.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to initially Tony in terms of your question/comment. I think a fortnight ago, I think it was 17 households. The latest figure I think is 14. It does fluctuate up and down, but that's out of a total of approximately 700 plus refugees across 380 sponsor households. The reasons that sponsorship households may break down are many and varied, but usually not for nefarious or bad reasons, just because circumstances have changed. The split in terms of the purchase of properties is that 26 will be acquired for Ukrainian families and for Afghan families. Those are maximum figures that we've committed to attempt to reach with the funding that we have. So hopefully this will accommodate those kinds of numbers. Ruth, I am very, very well aware of the issue in South West Shropshire with particular housing association disposing of stock in rural areas and not replacing it in that area. In terms of this exact model, the reason that the borrowing against the rent stacks up in this model is because just under half of, about 40% of the total funding is via government grant. The amount of Section 106 money is under 20% of the total package of this scheme. Pardon?
Sorry, what? Who's what? Aaron.
Okay. So the Section 106 contribution is under 20% of the total scheme. Section 106 commuted sums for affordable housing are used on a regular basis to support affordable housing developments, both by STAR and occasionally by RSLs. So whilst I don't think that this model, because it lacks a central government grant, would necessarily address the problems
in southwest Shropshire, I am very well aware and do challenge that housing association on a regular basis about their policies. And my new deputy is committed to looking at how we can deliver new affordable units in really rural locations. So that is a commitment that I can make to you. But as I say, I don't think that this structure would actually work to address that specific problem. I think that's all the questions, Chair.
Okay, we'll move to the vote. Apologies for that. I thought it was some sort of divine intervention, possibly, but there we go. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Okay, well, we'll move to the vote then. It sounds as though it's going to be pretty well much unanimous by everybody saying they support it. Nevertheless, all those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. That again makes it easy for you, Tim. Okay, we'll keep cracking on. And we move on to item 10, which is the appointment of independent co-opted member of the Audit Committee in accordance with the decision of the Council at its meeting held on the 15th of December. Applications were invited for an independent co-opted member of the Audit Committee. Following the selection process, Council is recommended to approve the co-option of Jim Arnold to the Council's Audit Committee. So I'm now going to invite Councillor Brian Williams, who chairs the Audit Committee, to move the recommendation be received and agreed.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a little background to this. You will all be aware that the Financial Services Authority controls and basically administers all financial matters in this country. And the FSA has recommended that all organisations, whether commercial or local government, should have an independent auditor. Independent in the sense that they are from outside the organisation. That has been that recommendation has been reinforced by CIPFA, the Chartered Institute of Public Financial Accountancy, which is the lead body on finance in local government. We've never had on our audit committee an independent member before, nor I think have ever really missed one. But however, with the strength of those recommendations, we have now resolved that we will recruit an independent member. So we went out, we advertised for such an independent member, and we had one response. When we saw the response, well, I certainly thought that the person who had responded, Jim Arnold, was applying for the chief executive's role.
Did he get it?
Well, I can't say whether he would make a better chief executive or not. We shan't have the opportunity to judge that. But let me just give you the flavour. I'm not going to read his whole CV, but let me just give you the flavour of the man. He describes himself as a global business leader who has delivered record revenue, profit and organisation development in targeted regions of the world. He says, I qualified as a chartered management accountant in 1992, holding numerous financial roles up to finance director. I went on to hold positions outside of finance in sales, operations, and ultimately general management. So a wide experience. And he from 2007 till his retirement in 2015, he was vice president and general manager of global industrial fastener operations, reporting to the business unit president. He had research and development added to his responsibilities for the last 4 years in that role as vice president and general manager. There's a lot else, but I think you've got the flavour of the experience of the man who has applied. And in the light of that role, we subsequently, as an audit committee, interviewed him, or a subcommittee of the audit committee interviewed him, and were satisfied that he would add value to our audit committee deliberations. He will have to receive training in the local government methods of audit, and same as all our audit committee members and substitutes do. But hopefully he will join us at our next audit committee meeting in June and will serve this council with wise advice for many years to come. So I'm happy to recommend the appointment of Jim Arnold, who is a Shrewsbury resident, to the position of independent member of the audit committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, you managed to use up 4 of your 5 minutes of allotted time with your brief synopsis.
Well, I thought members would be interested to know.
No, that's fine. That's seconded by Councillor Harris, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Do you have anything you wish to say, or
just enough has been said?
Good. We'll only call that 2 minutes, then you can share it. Okay. I can't see any hands. Oh, Rosemary.
Yeah, I'd just like to welcome the appointment of Mr. Arnold, and I'm sure that he will make a valued contribution as an outsider on the council to the audit committee.
Super. Thank you. Right. All those in favour of the appointment? Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. Right. It is nearly 20 past. I think we will stop at item 12. We will take item 11, which is changes to the committee membership. I'm going to ask the council to confirm the following changes. I'm not going to read them out. Councillor Dartnell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, I'm pointing out in Councillor Buckley's place that we had advised some time ago that Councillor Connolly would be replacing Councillor Pardy as our substitutes on South Planning, Southern Planning, but this is not in the list. We have noted it before, and it was said that it would be added verbally.
Yes,
so I'm doing that.
I think thanks for raising that. It is actually additional change, not on the agenda, is actually written down near the bottom. So we are aware of that. So although it's not actually in the agenda, it will be taken on board. I believe, Brian, you're seconding this, aren't you?
I will be brief. I second.
Good. Brilliant. Right. Anybody else got anything they wish to say? So all those in favour of those changes, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. We will now stop for lunch, and we will recommence this meeting at 2:45, because that's a nice number, 9. I like 9. So please be back, because I will be starting prompt. I am giving you I hope you are now all suitably refreshed and rested and caffeined up, as indeed I am. And we will move on to item 12, which is the notices of motion. The following motions have been received in accordance with Procedure Rule 16. The first motion has been received from Councillor Julian Dean and is supported by the Green Group. Julian.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this motion is with regard to the bus station in Shrewsbury, and I'm very much hoping that we are all going to be on the same page on this one by the end of this discussion. So a little bit of history. The government's gear change report from 2020 states buses are the easiest, quickest and cheapest way to improve public transport. It also states, as well as decarbonising private and commercial road vehicles, therefore we must increase the share of trips taken by public transport. Last February, Cabinet heard from the consultation on the Smithfield Riverside Strategic Development Framework that public transport and cycle routes are particularly important to many of our residents. So it is clear that despite setbacks in bids for bus service improvements that we've had, we need the infrastructure to support an expanded bus service in years to come. Towns that are getting this right have modern, light, attractive and welcoming bus stations. But I have to admit to having doubts about the commitment to this, as several missteps could lead to the conclusion that the existing bus station real estate was being earmarked for redevelopment without a proper consideration as to whether this remains the best location for a bus station, as many believe it to be. This impression wasn't helped by early versions of the Smithfield Riverside Development Framework, which, as already noted, led many to conclude the bus station area was to be redeveloped, nor by the report to Cabinet in February that stated that the development framework would, quotes, ensure that its revised location integrates with other modes of transport locally. Then my fears got worse when it became clear that the movement strategy was delayed, but the 2.5 million contract for the Smithfield Riverside Master Plan had gone out to tender, with the risk that we would put the cart before the horse, or in this case, the bus. The final straw was when I realised that whilst part one of the Levelling Up Fund town centre money, 18.7 million, is being taken forward with the master plan tender, the transport related bit, sold as, quotes, a range of associated transport, active travel and public realm interventions near to the town's railway station, suggests to a suspicious mind that the decisions had been taken to move public transport to near the railway station and away from the existing location. Before drawing this to a close, I need to make the point that bus campaigners who have contacted me are not wedded to the existing site out of nostalgia or bloody-mindedness. They've looked at the alternatives around the station that are under consideration, looked at the constraints of existing space, of the historic buildings, of the railway infrastructure, and therefore the need to have Network Rail on board. We know how difficult that will be for any major reconfiguration. And they've concluded that it would be better and probably cheaper to stay put. And I think their case is compelling. Anyway, in the interests of working together on a solution and to avoid shooting from the hip, I did some further checking on my concerns with officers, and I've reached out to colleagues from other parties. I've been assured by officers that the existing site is not off the table. The movement strategy remains open to the possibility that the existing site may be the most suitable. I've also been assured that the master planning for Smithfield Riverside will be shaped by the movement strategy, not the other way around. In other words, that getting the public transport infrastructure right will come before the financial case for selling the bus station plot. But given the history, I still need to hear the administration say this, which is why the motion is still on the table. So I hope and expect you to support the motion, suitably amended. I'm going to be accepting the amendment that makes explicit the inclusion of the existing site in the current and future consideration for an improved bus station. This would help to reassure many people right across the county. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarification for myself and other members, you said you'll willingly accept the amendment, but I've got 3 amendments, 2 from Rosemary Darton. I presume your second one supersedes your first one.
It does, yeah.
Right, so I've got 2 amendments. One that is going to be put forward by Dean Carroll and one that's been put forward by Rosemary Dartnell. Which one are you thinking of accepting?
So I will accept the amendment from Rosemary Dartnell. I think the amendment from Dean Carroll waters it down slightly, so I'd rather that one went to the full vote.
Okay, and kind of know which direction we're going in now. So who is seconding? Your motion.
I'll second.
All right. And you're going to reserve your right, Julia? Yeah. All right. Right. Now, as you're taking on board the first one, I'm going to go over to Councillor Carroll. Sorry.
Asking if it's possible, please, to speak to the amendment, the amended amendment that I've put forward.
Well, it's been accepted. So if you feel you need to, you can, but
I feel I need to.
yeah, all right. Let's see. Well, yeah, of course you do. It's political. But anyway, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have sent the wording of the amendment round, but I appreciate it was slightly later in the day. So would it be helpful if I were to read the brief amendment that I've submitted so that everybody is on the same page?
Yep. Well, not everybody will have seen it, of course. So
exactly. So the amendment that I've submitted removes the resolutions and simply replaces the resolution with this council resolves to reaffirm its commitment to including a bus interchange within the Riverside/Smithfield Road redevelopment site in replacement of the existing bus station to ensure retention of excellent links between bus and rail transport and Shrewsbury town centre. So if I can go into a little more of explanation behind this wording.
You can if you wish now. What I wanted to do was get everybody on the same page. So they know what the amendment is. The Dartnell amendment came in before yours, so I will take that first.
Okay.
But I wanted just to make sure that you're still not content to accept that amendment. Right. Okay. I know it seems a bit odd, but we got a couple of amendments. Therefore, I wanted to just get my ducks in a row and make sure all councillors understood what the next one's going to be. But before we talks to it, because yours came in some 40 minutes earlier, I will let you tell us all about your amendment, which has already been accepted. So that we'll take a vote on it, and it'll then become the substantive if we need to, or whether we just move it in. Right. So because he's accepted it in the minutes, it'll then the amendment will automatically go in there, and that is now the original. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I just would like to explain why I've proposed the amendment. I've done so to show full support for the improved bus travel provision, provision, and in fact emotion in broad terms in Shrewsbury and wider Shropshire, but also at the same time, and this is the crucial difference between my amendment and the other one on being tabled, while also allowing plentiful room for the conclusions of the Shrewsbury Big Town Plan movement strategy. There is an extensive public consultation due to take place later in the year on those conclusions, the conclusions of the movement strategy. And I'm sure we all have high ambition that in accordance with the aims of the Shropshire Plan, this strategy will improve the daily lives, health and well-being of all who live, work, run businesses and visit Shrewsbury. Bus station facilities for travelling passengers and drivers are important. Councillor Elner told me recently that bus drivers in his division have been reported to knock on residents' doors asking to use the toilet while doing their job, as it were, doing their work. Councillor Dean's motion asks us to clearly signal our commitment to excellent public. Councillor Julian Dean's motion asks us to clearly signal our commitment to excellent public transport for today and the future by not simply equaling but surpassing current facilities, and to ensure interchange facilities are provided throughout the imminent redevelopment of part of the centre of Shrewsbury. And the reason I've asked for 4 different resolutions to be considered is that I think it's very important that we recognise the movement strategy as it currently stands does not suggest the bus station in its current place. It may end up doing that after public consultation or in their final deliberations, but the point I wanted was to make it open, if you like, to open the possibilities and not to restrict only to the Riverside development site and the current bus station. So that was number one. And the most important thing. But then the second aspect of it is that the redevelopment of that centre part of Shrewsbury will take place over an extended period of time. And so it's very important that during that time we are able to provide obviously temporary and makeshift to some degree solutions to ensuring that bus interchange with other modes of transport is properly facilitated during and throughout those developments. So I won't read the amendment. I don't think I need to, do I? Has everyone seen it? But everything that I've written in the amendment is in order to get over those points.
As it's been accepted, it's not really an amendment anymore. It's an amendment that you proposed, but that's been accepted in as part of the original motion. So
yeah, can I come back on that and say, I mean, in many ways, the reason I wanted to labour that, so to speak, is to show that I don't agree with Councillor Carroll's amendment, because it also limits the location of a future bus station to the current site, which may not be desirable in the long run.
And I completely understand that, but Councillor Carroll's now going to put his amendment in, and you will have opportunity to say that you don't agree with his amendment because during it, unless you choose not to now, because you've already said you don't agree with it. But I suspect that may not be the case. Okay, so we have a motion. We have an amendment that's been accepted into the motion, so we don't need to do anything with that. But we do have the amendment, which Councillor Carroll is now going to speak to, and then we'll look for the seconder. We'll discuss the amendment. We'll vote on the amendment if we need to, and then go to vote on whether it becomes a substantive or the original motion. So I have to talk myself through it because it's very complicated.
I'm very glad you did, Chairman, because I was
Councillor Carroll
losing where we were. Okay, so thank you, Julian, for the motion. I agree with the large part of the sentiment of the motion, and in fact, going back to the previous administration, right back to the previous leader, went on record as stating that administration, and we have since reiterated that this administration is committed to retaining bus interchange facilities in the town centre and within close walking distance of the railway station. My amendment to the motion is deliberately short and simple in that it is designed to reassure that the intention has not changed of this council to retain bus interchange facilities, but also not to prescribe to exactly what that is. So I've deliberately used the term bus interchange rather than bus station, because bus stations are a certain kind of building and a certain kind of facility, whereas a bus interchange is the actual infrastructure that is required, a place where all buses stop and people can get off and on and off and on and exchange routes to where they need to go. It doesn't need to be a building of the type that they perhaps were in the 60s, the 70s and 80s. In terms of the location, I've said within the Riverside Smithfield Road redevelopment zone, because that is the commitment that this council has always made. Now, I am aware that there are other alternatives that could be brought forward, but actually they would be brought forward under the full development framework, the redevelopment framework, that would have to come back to full council. And that would then supersede, if we were to say in that we wanted the bus station to be slightly outside of the current boundaries of the redevelopment site, that decision would then supersede this one, because we can't tie the hands of a future council. So I believe that what we are saying here is we are reiterating this council's commitment to providing a replacement bus interchange service within the same approximate location, but that the full details of that, as should be, will come forward as part of the redevelopment framework, the big town plan, and the movement strategy, which is right. That is why I believe that this short and simple amendment is the correct way for us to move forward. I propose it.
Thank you. Is that seconded by?
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Leslie Picton. Are you reserving?
I reserve my right, thank you.
Alex Wagner.
Thank you. So Shrewsbury bus station, I think most of us would probably agree, is pretty unpleasant. It's often damp, drafty, there's not really proper seats, and the passenger information is lacking. It is, however, functionally irreplaceably close to the railway and works quite well for those purposes. So I do find it fascinating that the administration is at real pains not to commit to the station as a concept. And I think probably the reason behind that is that it leaves the door open to downgrading the current provision. I'm open-minded about the Riverside development. I find parts of it really exciting. I think it's quite a good thing to be proceeding with. But I do think that not committing to a station and committing to something that's a bit more watered down, it really does leave that door open. And I think residents, and certainly the town council, has pretty clearly expressed its preference for a station to be committed to explicitly. So I am going to vote against this amendment, and I think stick with the motion that Julian Dean and Rosemary Dartnell have put together.
Super. Thank you. Councillor Julia Evans and then Councillor Bond. Sorry, Andy, I did have your name written down first, but if you're content to wait till Julia and I call her on.
I just wanted to say an interchange doesn't mean we were talking about a station because we were concerned with the staff actually having to knock on doors to use the toilet is not on. We need a staff room. We need good facilities for people to rest, for bus drivers to rest, for the staff to rest and to micturate. Thank you.
Councillor Andy Boddington. Apologies for that, my fault.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. I agree that we need a bus station. When you get to Shrewsbury from Ludlow, which is a mere 1 hour, 40 minutes, the first thing you need to do normally, at least at my age, is to go to the bathroom. And, that's pretty essential. Similarly, if you're waiting for the bus home, you need shelter, because the weather in this county can occasionally be rather foul. Just a bus stop or a bus shelter, which could be called an interchange, is not sufficient. We also need to remember, although we didn't get levelling up money again this time round, that the plan is to increase our bus services substantially. And that's part of the whole philosophy of this council. Therefore, we're going to need the space, and the bus station will be busy. We don't need the layover space, perhaps, because buses can move over to Frankwell and layover bays can be created there. But we do need something like the station. It is the best location because it's quite low down, but you can go up the escalators to get to the top level. If you can't walk up a slope, then that makes it very accessible. And it is possible to reach the railway station in under 5 minutes. I used to be able to do it in 3, not anymore, unfortunately. But you can get there in under 5 minutes. So it's a good location. I mean, we couldn't use the station car park because it's very busy. It's busy with taxis, it's busy with vehicles, people being dropped off. Buses and the trains are cancelled. Yeah, yes. Heather's just said, when the trains are cancelled and there are relief buses on, then they've got to stack up in the railway station car park. So actually, I'll accept the word interchange, but I do want to emphasise we do need something decent as a station and something to greet people when they arrive, not just in Weatherloo, but something that's good. Where you can grab coffee, a drinkable cup of coffee, where there's somewhere to sit down properly while you're waiting for the bus, without having to go across the road to sit in the Alp, which isn't always open. So that's not always feasible, and it's not some people's style to go into a public house. So I'll support the amended motion. I'll oppose Councillor Carroll's motion, and I would urge that we do think about the passengers that are going to use this station or interchange and the number of buses we want to have in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Isherwood.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with some of Councillor Boddington's points about wanting good facilities for passenger experience, etc. But I don't follow Councillor Carroll's logic completely. I don't see anything in the original motion that ties anybody's hands or prescribes the type of bus station facilities, and I don't see the need to weaken the wording to interchange, other than if you don't want to commit to the highest standards of bus facilities and want to get away with putting in something without a lot of the facilities that are needed for modern public transport. So it just seems unnecessary, and I just don't see why it needs weakening.
Okay, and just for clarification, when you say the original motion, you mean the original motion that's had the original proposed amendment brought into it?
Yes,
this is why these things get terribly complicated, and what I don't want is to get to the end of the debate and have people asking me questions because, like me, they've struggled to follow it at times. Well, maybe you're all far cleverer than me, I don't know. Caroline Bagdell.
Thank you. I just want to point out that we're not only talking about people who are travelling in or out of Shrewsbury for, either work or leisure. We're also talking about people who travel through Shrewsbury. And some of those people, for many of those people, the bus station area will be their first experience of Shrewsbury. And the impression that it gives to visitors is important. If we're to have pride in the town, then I think it's really important that care is taken to make sure that whatever is provided is something that we can be proud of. We do have to consider the staff working on the buses and the passengers and their comfort. There needs to be somewhere where they can wait for a bus in the dry, where they can use a toilet without having to go and beg someone to let them into their house to do so. So I think I do think that those issues are really important. There are also a lot of people who will come into Shrewsbury from outlying areas who will then need to get another bus to move on perhaps to an area where they're working. We need to have something modern, something with, proper signage so that people can understand when the buses are coming and where they're going to. And one day, perhaps we'll also have a direct bus route from Broseley, because that would be lovely. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, Leslie, you seconded the motion. I'm going to come back to you.
Chairman, I did put my hand up some time ago.
Oh, did you? I didn't see it, Roger. Put it up further next time. It's hidden behind Nigel. Yeah, that'll do. But you're only speaking once.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm against Councillor Carroll's amendment. A bus interchange is not a bus station. I don't know what he envisages it to be like. Is it for land use or whatever? But I'm envisaging a bus station with no smelly buses in. Buses, electric buses, hydrogen buses, somewhere where people can sit and relax and enjoy a coffee whilst they're waiting for their next bus to come in. That more buses are going to come into Shrewsbury, more buses and passengers will come into Shrewsbury. It'll be attractive. And as was just said about somebody using it as a way stop to spend time. It could be a money earner for those who own the bus station and not a bus interchange. Buses, we need more. If we are going to tackle climate change, that is what we need. Not a bus interchange with a smelly, small shelter for passengers to live in and stay in and wait in. We need it to be attractive. We need it to be good.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Cecilia Motley, but will ask that I think we've well and truly established, as many members have said, that they don't believe an interchange is a station, and that we're going to have more buses. So, in other words, try and refrain from making the same point that
I will try very hard, Chairman. Thank you very much.
That's not necessarily directed at you. That's directed at anybody else.
As I haven't spoken yet at this meeting, that would be particularly unfair.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to save the rest of us.
Well, I'll try not to try your patience too much, but I would just like to point out, as I think Councillor Carroll has been trying to impress upon people, that we are now in the 21st century. We don't actually have to envisage a situation where we have gigantic concrete, smelly, etc., bus stations. I was fortunate enough to visit the park and ride, one of the park and rides in Oxford not very long ago, and I have to tell you that in a very small space, quite comfortably, they can incorporate not only coffee, toilets, seats, but also a general air of being modern and everybody looking quite content at that. So I would just say to people, do remember that it takes more than one design to make it a good bus station or stopover point or whatever you like to call it. You can incorporate lots into quite a small space. So let us not despair. Let's actually think about supporting Councillor Carroll's amendment on this, because I think he was closest to the mark. Thank you.
Thank you for something refreshing in you. Okay, Leslie.
I'm not sure we could downgrade the current facility. And I totally agree with Councillor Wagner that we should be looking for something modern and fit for purpose. What I don't understand is that the administration has, in previous years, committed to a bus interchange station, and I'll come on to that in a moment. So what I'm really interested in is having you now given that assurance again, why are we preempting the outcome of both the movement strategy and the public consultation? Because by going with the motion by Councillor Carroll, everybody can have their say. So I don't really see what the issue is in this respect. The one thing I would say is that when I've spoken to other people, and you will probably poo-poo this, but actually we are very interested in buses on this side of the chamber. When we talk to people about bus stations, the one thing they say is be careful what sort of bus station you create, because you will end up with what you've got now. And we need to move away from that. So I'm quite happy to second the amendment.
Okay, so we are now going to move to the vote on the. Oh, Julian, yes, yeah, no, you proposed the original motion, so yes, you do have right reply. Councillor Carroll doesn't. Apologies, Julian.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. I'm actually in a little bit of a quandary, because there is an aspect to Councillor Carroll's amendment which I actually like, in that he has put effectively the Riverside Smithfield development site as the primary decision, and he said that, you know, unless the movement plan comes up with something which is actually better, which is not in that site, then that will be that's the administration's commitment. And I actually think that's very helpful, and it very much clarifies the uncertainty that has been around for some time. Having said that, I think that the wording of interchange bus station, you know, I'm not going to get hot under the collar under it, but I will just point out, if you go to Blackburn, you go to Chester, you go to Durham, you go to lots of places which have something which they quite happily call a bus station. It's a very modern facility. I can imagine the site that we have now having a bus station. Because we have electric buses, we can then actually build on top of it, because they won't have the same levels of exhaust. We could have a supermarket above. We could have a lift that takes you up to the Pride Hills. You know, I can envisage all of those fantastic possibilities. If you decide to call it an interchange rather than a station, I'm not too bothered, as long as it actually has the facilities. Having said all that, I will, you know, I'm actually going to remain neutral and let people vote on that, because I think the outcome either way does luckily commit us to a decent facility, and it does resolve, I think, some of the uncertainty and unhappiness that a lot of bus users have been worried about, because frankly there has been the impression given, and I'm getting this, you know, directly from people who've talked to people involved in the movement strategy, that site had been ruled out. So I think we are making it very clear, I hope, here, that is no longer the case, and that was really the aim of this motion. So I'll leave it to you how you vote on Dean Carroll's amendment. Thank you.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. Julian's leaving it up to each of you to determine how you want to vote. Okay, so we are now going to take a vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Dean Carroll. All those in favour, please show. Yes, please. Okay, put your hands down for a second. That's 33-4. Those against? We will be moving to electronic voting, so the requirement to do this in the near future will no longer be there. I'm sure you're all extremely pleased to hear. But today's meeting was not the one to do it on.
I hope there'll be extensive training on the use of the buttons, Chairman.
Yeah. 2 hours of training on which of the 2 buttons you need to push. 26. Any abstentions? Okay, so that amendment has passed, so it is now the substantive. So we will now take a vote on unless there's any amendments to it. We've got more motions to come, so good. Okay, I think we did hear the original proposer say that he wasn't unhappy entirely with it anyway, so we're sure it'll probably be more hands in the air this time. All those for, please show. I think, yeah, I don't think we need to count this one. Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous, so good. That's the first one. The second one is a motion received from Councillor David Basmer and is supported by the Liberal Democrat group. I will need a proper seconder, not just a whole group one, but Councillor Basmer.
Yes, thanks very much. Councillor Bollington seconding on this one, Chair. Now, in the spirit of cooperation and kind of fair play and everything, I'd just like to say that I would accept that members on the opposite side may not agree with my view of voter ID, and the legislation was passed in 2002, which requires people to produce some form of ID, a photographic ID, at the polling station. I think this is a democratic step backwards. I think it will stop people from going to vote, and it will particularly stop young people from going to vote. And just quoting from the Electoral Reform Society, it says evidence from around the world shows that forcing voters to bring photographic ID to the polling station just makes it harder for people to vote, while doing little to increase faith in the integrity of the system. The government think their scheme could cost up to £180 million a decade. We could do with some of that money, but I think it's a waste, and it's a shame they've gone ahead with it. I mean, the other problem with voter ID is that it seems to be skewed. The accepted forms of voter ID seem to be skewed to old people. If I quote you some of the forms of ID that are accepted, you'll get the view of this. Is an older person's bus pass, Oyster 60 Plus card, 16 over Welsh concessionary travel card, senior smart pass cards issued in Northern Ireland. There seems to be a kind of a position where forms of ID which elder people use are very much favoured. Forms of ID such as students use, student cards, are not favoured. But the purpose of my motion really is to ensure, and I think we can all agree this, that the council should be encouraging people to get their own their own voter authority certificate if they don't have such things as a passport or a driving license. And I think it's very important that we actually encourage people to vote in local elections and in general elections. We make it easier for them. We give lots of advice. And I would hope that despite our differences over whether voter ID is a good thing or not, that we would all encourage people to get their voter ID, and that the council should be very kind of forward in actually putting the information out there for people to use, so that all forms of council communication could have something about voter ID, about its availability and how they go about doing it, and the need to have it before the election, before they get to the polling station. So I hope that you will all be able to support this. I hope that you will all recognise that its voter turnout is very important, that we all want as many people at polling stations as possible. And I look forward to the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Poddington, are you reserving your right?
Yes, I reserve.
Okay, good. Well, I've had Councillor Leslie Picton indicate. Leslie?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. It's only a very, very quick comment from me, really. Councillor Vasman, I think you're aware that actually a lot of this is not a matter for council. It's actually a matter for the sorry, what's your title? Returning officer, that's what you're called. It's a matter for the returning officer, and obviously we won't support an amendment either, won't support a motion that openly criticises the government. So we've had this problem before, so I'm going to allow, well, I'm not going to allow him, he will anyway. Councillor Gwilym Butler will answer this as it's in his portfolio, but if you want the support of this side of the chamber, you are going to have to make an amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Schofield.
Thank you, Chair. I will be voting against this motion because I believe in Northern Ireland it's been going for 20 years where they've had no problem whatsoever. And to come into this building, you wear an identity card. Was that a problem finding it today, Councillor Vasner? So I will not be backing this motion.
Okay, so I'm just writing down a few names. So I will move next to Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I think this motion is about helping people to get the ID that they now need to go and vote, and they know they need that ID when they go to vote. It's not about the rights and wrongs of ID. A question I would have for Councillor Button in his role is there anything that the council does to go into schools, particularly, I'm thinking particularly our sixth form colleges, to encourage young people to be registered to vote, which obviously is the householder's responsibility, so that may not be the case, but also now to apply for the ID that they might need for when they go to vote. So there is that awareness in our sixth forms and further education colleges.
Thank you. So I've got Councillors Dean Carroll, Gwilym Butler and Nick Hignett. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Speaker. I have to take issue with a couple of the points made by previous speakers. And firstly, Councillor Wilson's claim that this motion has nothing at all to do with criticising the legislation. Well, right slap bang in the middle of the motion, the final bullet point of this council notes, I'll read it for you in case you don't know what you signed up to, believes that this legislation is unnecessary, undemocratic and an example of attempted voter suppression. I don't think it could be any more clear that this motion is against the very principle of voter identification. And then I'll come on to Councillor Vasmer's point. You very helpfully, Councillor Vasmer, if you were listening at all, that is, you very helpfully, Councillor Vasmer, listed a series of forms of identification that can be used by older people. But you only read half the list in attempting to claim that this disenfranchises younger people. You didn't mention passports. You didn't mention driver's licenses. You didn't mention the proof of age standard scheme, which an awful lot of younger people, and I doubt very many older people, have as proof of age if going to a bar, if buying cigarettes, if buying lottery ticket, in the absence of any other form of identification. You also didn't mention the government has instructed all local authorities to provide free of charge voter authority certificates upon request for anybody who needs another form of identification. And let's be quite clear about this. You need ID when you go to collect the parcel. If you're lucky enough to look young enough, you need ID when you want to buy a drink. You need ID when pretty much you do anything. Voting, taking part in the democratic process, is one of the single most important things that an individual will do in any given year. So why should you say that it is not right that they should show ID to do that. I'm 100% with you that I want to see much better turnout. I'm distraught at the low levels of turnout and engagement in politics, and that we should see higher turnout. But that's turnout of people that we know and can be assured actually have the right to vote. And this is about protecting our democratic institutions. So I thoroughly reject what you've said, and I thoroughly reject the spirit of this motion.
Councillor Gwilym Butler. And I've got Nick Hignett and then Nigel Hartin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to the debate, I do understand the ethos, and the leader has already mentioned the issues around the returning officer and what council and cabinet are actually legally allowed to do. And I would like to share how I think we should move forward, because I think this is of interest to every single person in this chamber, and I don't think it should be overly political, because at the end of the day, we all want the same things. We want as many people to vote as is possible. I've spoken, obviously, this falls under my portfolio, as I have legal and democratic services within it. I've spoken to our excellent election team led by Miranda Garrard, and we've had a debate on that, and just want to give you some further information of how I think we should go forward. The election team is already actively engaged with the LGA, election organisations, and are actively working with teams facing elections this May. To understand the issues, outcomes, what is good and what is bad following the changes in government legislation. The election team are already putting together a presentation to all members in the summer to give us all this information they have gleaned. Following that, members will be able to scrutinise the process and see how we perhaps need to add things they may have missed, or how we may want to do things differently in Shropshire. To conclude, I think this is a little bit of putting the cart before the horse. I would kindly ask you to withdraw this motion so it doesn't tie us up in circles, and let us understand the issues and work together once we see the outcomes of the May elections, and allow not just Cabinet, but all members to have a briefing from our election team thereafter, and if need be, it can be agendaed onto the cross-party members working group should we feel we need to discuss it further and bring forward further recommendations. So I think we could work together on this one in a very practical way when we know how we got through the May elections. What I will say, if you're not prepared to do that, unfortunately, I will recommend it is voted down. Thank you.
Councillor Nick Hignett and then Councillor Nigel Hartin. And then David Valley, and then I'm minded to move towards the vote. Oh, and Duncan. All right, I'll slip you in there under the fence. Nick?
Thank you, Chair. I know some of the points I was going to raise have already been made, but there is one particular point I want to make issue with, and that's the suggestion that it would discourage youngsters from voting. I run a retail shop, and more and more youngsters coming into my shop are paying by cards on their either smartphones, sometimes they're using their smartwatches. They use all sorts of technology that we never knew about. So on the contrary, I think they'd actually vote more. I think if they had facial recognition, for instance, on their phones, and were able to use that or any other form of ID, I think they'd be happy to vote. So I actually think we'd get a lot more support from youngsters on election day, whichever party they voted for, of course. We effectively are ID on our persons right now, so I really disagree that youngsters wouldn't want to vote that way.
So Nigel Hartin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate Councillor Butler is trying to be helpful in what he's suggested, but I think the important point that we're trying to get over on this motion is the points after council therefore. In other words, it's the points to try and deal with an issue which we may have at those very May elections. You're saying we wait until we've had. And my concern is that if we do that, if we don't take some stronger action now, we're going to have a potential problem in that election. And it's all you can say, well, okay, we can learn from that.
Right.
Yeah, but some people do. We may not. And the problem I've got is that if you hold that back, then there's going to be potentially issues that we could have resolved by putting in place what this motion is suggesting in the first place. I can understand what has been said in relation to the final bullet point and the paragraph above, and I can, Leslie,
is quite clear in what you said, that you're unlikely to vote against your own government, and I can see why you wouldn't do that, even if you did believe that that last bullet point is true, as I do. Nevertheless, I still think we should still see if we can try and find some means of getting general agreement across the House, that we can adopt some of the things that the motion is calling for, which clearly seem to be sensible.
Thank you. Councillor David Basma, then Duncan Kerr, and then we're going to move to a vote. Well, after you've had your second.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I've taken note of the debate so far, and I'm certainly willing that for the last section in the council notes at the beginning to be taken out. I think that's very fair. I mean, I did have correspondence about this motion, and some amendments were suggested to me, which I said I was willing to accept, which would actually make sure that I refer properly to the returning officer, for example, and things of that nature. So I'm willing to accept amendments, because I do want this to have all party support, and I think it's right that we take a decision now so that provision can be put in place, as Councillor Harting was saying, now before we actually get past the May elections. So I'd be interested in a response to my suggestions. I'm certainly willing to accept amendments to this, because I recognise, I want to have all party support.
And finally, Councillor Kerr, before I go to the.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you actually look at the evidence rather than people's assumptions about what might be going on, it's a very, very, very rare offence, voter impersonation. I think, as far as I can find out, it's been about 10 cases since 2010. So it's an incredibly rare offence. However, I do understand that we want to safeguard democracy, and the intention of having better voter identification. If you look actually on the government website, it's estimated by the government that about 2 million people don't have the verification on them. So they will need to do something. They do not have the identity card that Councillor Schofield talked about. They haven't got physically. Less than 1% of them have actually achieved that by at the moment. So yes, they may all be waiting to do so, but we must be worried that there's a significant number of people. Many of those people will be elderly. The director of the Age UK has said that more than 3 million elderly people do not have access to the internet. So I'm not even sure how they're going to acquire that, because it's an online service to acquire that, or physically visiting. And if they can't use online, they have to. Well, it's quite difficult to physically visit the council's offices to acquire those. So I think what I'm saying is I would like to remove the criticism of the legislation from the motion, but actually to state that to date there is clear evidence that there has not been sufficient uptake to allay concerns that this might result in people being disenfranchised. And when those people go to the voting booths and aren't able to vote, they won't blame the government, they'll blame the council who's organising the vote in their area, because that's what they will see. Why didn't the council tell me? So the buck will stop or come back to haunt us, I'm sure. So that's my suggestion, that we take out any criticism of the government in terms of whether it's right or wrong, because I can see arguments on either side on that. But I do think there's genuine concern that where we are at the moment with elections for some people in May, and we have a by-election ourselves, there isn't sufficient uptake of voter identification to make it work.
Councillor Boddington, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to what has been said, and we've taken out, we're proposing here that we take out that political aligned paragraph about the legislation. And so that's gone. What I want to talk about really is about barriers to voting. We're talking about getting to the hardest to reach voters. Now, some may not actually be registered to vote, but we're talking about getting people who are just hard to reach. And we know that takes time. We need to start early. But there are 2 million people at the moment, and they would need a voter authority certificate. And I'd like to congratulate the Electoral Services of Shropshire Council, which produced one in 3 days. I'm afraid my photo looks like one of those police wanted posters, dangerous criminal, do not approach. But it's a very efficient service. Something that's very hard to forge. But that's fine, that's there. But people actually don't know they need it. I mean, for decades, and ever since I started voting an awful long time ago, that you just walk into a polling booth and just say, you know, I'm Andy Boddington, and where do you live? And you go and vote. And you don't even need a polling card. Now, this is going to make a difficulty that people, I think particularly elderly people, are going to be turning up and going without an ID because they've just never had to do so. And we need to get that message out sooner and repeatedly, which really means perhaps with council tax bills next year, again, and similar things like that, and getting that information out. I think it's probably too late for this year. That we should get the information out there and do it repeatedly to get these hard to reach people. Yes, there are young people, to go to the point about young person's ID, that a lot of young people have pass, the young persons, well, it's not just young persons, but the identity scheme, but a lot do not. Of course, you can't use your phone to vote. But this comes as a sheet of paper. It's not like a railway ticket, you know, that you can't just scan it as you go past. So I think we do need this, and we need to start now. And I hope you will support the amended motion. Thank you.
David Basma.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make another suggested amendment as we take out in the first section, council notes the second bullet point, take that out as well, to make sure that people can be happy with it and this is not a party political motion. Secondly, I did have some correspondence about this motion to bring it in line to make sure that the references in the kind of therefore section are legal. And what I'm proposing is that we defer this, the vote on this, and that if the proposed amendments, which were suggested to me and which I agreed to, could be circulated so that we could come back to it after we have discussed the other motions, just so to be fair and to give the opportunity of people seeing the wording that I have agreed to, and I think would actually allay some of the fears that people had about my motion.
I'm not particularly happy about deferring a motion. Tim Carlisle assures me that he can read out a version of it, and then we'll move to the vote. Tim.
So this was my suggestion to bring the motion to make it lawful, I think, because it's important to be sure that we're asking the right individual to do what you want them to do. So the suggested resolution would be, and the move of the motion has accepted this, council therefore calls on the electoral registration / returning officer to arrange a presentation to members to explain his intentions regarding a communication strategy to ensure that every effort is made to communicate these new requirements to avoid any resident being disenfranchised. Such a presentation should include reference to electoral registration letters and how the need to show voter ID and to apply for a voter authority certificate will be highlighted on relevant written communications, including emails, letters, and social media posts. That I think is what David is saying he is putting forward as his motion.
So that's the legal version of the motion.
That's what I believe.
Right. Okay. Right. There we have it. All those in favour, please show. Would you like me to count this or? Okay, count. Please. 25. So it's a good job there's not 250 other officers. Those against, please show. I don't think it's probably quite so fussy to us. I think that's showing us a greater number. Yeah. Any abstentions? Okay, that motion has fallen. So we will move on to the third motion. Bear in mind it's taken us a hour to get through two. However, it is what it is. So the motion has been received from Councillor David Vasmer and it's supported by Councillor, well, I won't read it. It's Buckley, Evans, Isherwood, Minery, Parsons, Towers, Wagner and Williams. So more member involvement in planning decisions. Councillor Vasmer.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope I have more success with this motion than the last one. But equally with this one, even more so with this one, I was very much concerned as a member about planning decisions, and particularly decisions taken as a result of the agenda setting meetings that take place before planning meetings. I've certainly had experience of decisions being taken which were quite controversial in my division, and into which I have had very little input. And I would like to see more member involvement in these agenda setting meetings. And this is a concern I've had. I think I've shared with other councillors across the council concerns about this and had discussions about it. And I think there is universal disquiet about the ways in which some planning decisions are taken. And so what I'm trying to propose in this motion is that the agenda setting meetings which take place before planning committees have proper access for members. And but I know that these meetings are not sort of set in stone. They're not sort of official, if you like, but they do take place on a regular basis, and they do have minutes taken, and they do have actions associated with them. And I do think that members ought to have some access to those meetings, so they can actually put their views across, particularly when the views of their constituents are so strongly held, and to make sure that the public see that decisions are taken properly, and they are taken and all the issues are actually considered. Now, the other concern I have is about planning enforcement, and if you look at the standing orders of other councils, you'll see that members often have the right to challenge planning enforcement orders and to actually get a debate on these. And I think I certainly have had issues in my ward where no enforcement has been taken against what I saw was a clear breach of planning regulations. And there was a lot of concern from my members, from residents in my ward. So I think on this occasion, there should be more member involvement in those processes and the way in which those decisions are taken. Now, I'm not being prescriptive. I think that this is a very serious issue. And I do think that we need to make sure that planning is both obviously obeys all the rules and regulations and plans which have been agreed, but also is seen to be democratic, is seen to take account of people's views, and often that doesn't happen. So I'm recommending that we have a proper investigation into this, and which reports back before the council meeting in May, to actually look at ways in which we could improve the involvement of members and also town and parish councils as well, and look at, for example, the examples of how it's done in other authorities, because there are major differences. If you look at the way the other authorities run planning, you'll see that there is much more member involvement in enforcement, and also in the way in which decisions are delegated to officers. So I hope that a lot of members can support this. It's not, as I say, it's very much a member-based approach. I'm really concerned that all members should have proper access to the way in which planning decisions are made, and I therefore move, Chair.
I understand that's being seconded by Councillor Tony Parsons.
Yes, I'll second this motion, but I'll reserve my right to speak at the end of it.
Super. So I've got two councillors who have indicated thus far, Richard Marshall and Joyce Barrow. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. As the portfolio holder that's responsible for regulatory services that planning comes under, I've taken a great deal of interest in this motion and spoken with officers as well. The motion raises issues regarding the transparency of the agenda setting meeting and the decision making processes of the planning committees. Just to clarify, the agenda setting meeting is not a formal process. The Constitution requires officers to liaise with the chair and vice chair of the planning committee to decide which items will go to committee and which will be decided under delegated powers. The agenda setting process is often done as a meeting for convenience only. A list is produced of the decision for each application, whether committee or delegated. The list is produced when the committee agenda is published, as some items may be deferred. Officers can update those members who have applications at agenda setting of the outcome. Regarding members attending the agenda setting process, again, this is not a formal discussion about each application and on occasions can be just a telephone call rather than a sit-down meeting. In consultation with officers and planning chairs, it is considered that the current process works well. Enforcement action must be expedient and proportionate. There is often a view that if works are carried out without planning permission, officers should immediately be removing the development. This is not how the system works in this country. Our officers are the professionals trained to understand the planning enforcement powers, but often they also have to use professional judgment and they have to make that judgment. If officers were required to seek authority on taking enforcement action, which can be anything ranging from a request for information right the way through to enforcement notices, it would slow up the process immeasurably. Over the past 18 months, more resources have gone into enforcement due to the large number of complaints by members, parish councils, town councils around the length of time it was taken for enforcement action to be taken. I would suggest if officers had to seek approval of members with enforcement, we would be back to square one and some. So for our residents, this is not practical. The matter raised regarding the scheme of delegation is normally for the Constitutional Working Group. This point links to the recent review of planning committees by the Place Overview Scrutiny Committee regarding the number of committees. The level of delegation was assessed against many other authorities and lots of data was pulled together for that report. The decision reached was that the level of delegation for an authority of our size was correct. So I would suggest that that work has actually already been done. The motion also suggests that members' opinions were not considered when decisions are made at committee. I would challenge that completely. The reason an application is in front of the committee is because it meets the criteria to be decided at committee. These committees are cross-party, non-political meetings where every member of the committee has equal opportunity to contribute and are party to the democratic vote to decide the application. Indeed, as a former member of the Southern Planning Committee, it is the only time that I can personally think of that Councillor Buckley and I have agreed on several things in one meeting. That in itself is evidence that the cross-party consensus does actually work. The motion is almost suggesting that every application before the planning committee should come in front of every member of the council. I can't for 1 second see that actually being workable. So at the moment, I cannot support this motion, but maybe the debate will convince me otherwise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Barrow.
Thank you. Whilst I respect very much David Vasmer's thoughts on this, I totally disagree with him. I sit on the same planning committee, and personally, as a member of that committee, I'm absolutely satisfied that we get every chance to make our feelings known and those of our residents. The applications go to parish council, who express their views on it. They then, the local member also
has a view on it. And then it's discussed by the Vice Chair and the Chair of the Planning Committee. I'm just very unfortunate that today neither of them are here. I have every respect for our officers and also for Mark and Paulwyn in this case, who sit on that committee. They have a lot of discussions. Sometimes I ask for things to go to committee. I'm not successful, but I very much respect the reasons why that doesn't happen. And I think this is trying to micromanage things when you haven't got if you've got an application and you're not happy, it's not going there, you're not going to be happy with the way it works. But we all have that. I know Councillor Vastma has intervened. I think the last time you intervened was on one of my applications, which had nothing to do with you. It went to this subcommittee. They agreed that it shouldn't go to committee, and I absolutely agreed with them actually at the end of the day, and that application was withdrawn. So I sent you an email expressing my views, basically that you were absolutely wrong. So please do not support this amendment. It is an absolute waste of time. Thank you.
I've got councillors David Evans and then Viv Parry.
Yeah, Councillor Evans. I chair the South Committee meetings, and my vice chair is Nick Ignett, and I think scheme of delegation works well at agenda setting meetings. Every parish and town council can have an input into every plan application that goes before them. Every member of this chamber can have an input to every application that goes before them. What we've got to remember now is parish councils need to state why they object to a planning commission. Just say we object and that's it, because otherwise that would go delegated to officers who won't even come to agenda setting. So what in future is every parish, town and council have got to say why we object to a planning application, as otherwise it doesn't come to agenda setting meeting. I called two in last month that were against officer recommendation. One was at Ludford. Members voted to support the applicant rather than support the officers. So I cannot see how they're saying scheme of delegation or agenda setting meetings doesn't work, because it does. And it saves a lot of officer time. Why are you writing up reports when we can put things through at agenda setting meeting and taking up officers' time? Thank you.
Councillor Viv Parry and then Councillor Andy Boddington.
I really just wanted to say that I do have problems with enforcement. I am told by the officer when they ring me back and say about enforcement that what they're going to tell me they don't want repeated. So I can't go back to the parish councils with it. It makes my life very difficult to say, I'm sorry, this has been ongoing for 5 or 6 years and still we're not getting anywhere. And I believe that my parishes feel that sometimes they're not listened to enough. They feel, because I've got 5 parishes, they feel that they're left out in the cold and that things are passed through or not passed through, and they're not given enough information of why it goes one way or the other. The enforcement takes such a long time to go through, and sometimes it's not done because the officers change, and we find that the officers change so that it's got to be repeated again to try and get the same amount of enforcement, some sort of enforcement put through. I must say that I went to planning committee last time to speak about an issue, and I've now been informed by the agent that they still haven't been told whether they can have this planning committee. It was passed. I went to Councillor Evans today. It was passed, but they have still not had the paperwork to say, yes, it's gone through. Now, why is it taking so long? And as he said to me, the people that want this planning would like to get on with it. We've been waiting. We've agreed with everything that wanted doing, but with the planning officers changed. We had 3 planning officers to one thing, and it took that length of time to go through. So you can imagine they get the parishes and also the people that are asking for planning, or who don't want these other people to get planning, get really upset about it. Why is this happening?
If we could try and screw down on the actual motion itself as opposed to that.
But, you know, I can understand what David Vasmere is on about, but I'd like to know why it takes so long.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Ed Towers, and then I'm kind of minded to begin rounding this off. Ed.
Thank you, Chairman. I desperately want this motion to be non-party political, really. I'm obviously a recent member on the council last election, and obviously I've come with sort of fresh eyes and seen the situation. What Councillor Chalmers just said is a reasoning for staying status quo, and that to me is acceptable position, I suppose. But I think what we need is a review, because the problem isn't when it gets to a committee, when Councillor Barrow is quite right, we do things in a non-party political way. I sit with you, Councillor Hunt, and you know, the debate is fine. But I've got several issues in my division with Councillor Broomall where we have just not known or not seen or whatever is, we can't get hold of the information and whatever. And sometimes it takes long. In fact, there's been a meeting today in our absence that's trying to resolve a difficulty in our town, that officers aren't there, we can't get decisions, or agents can't help. We just need to be involved or allowed to interact with the system, possibly more than we are. Once it gets into officers' hands, we lose any opportunity, it seems, to actually help guide things or give the opinions of a locality. We do want the thing to be open and transparent. I'm not asking for much more than that, really. I think a review is necessary of what we're doing. There's nothing to be fearful of a review, because what we all want is the best answers, the right answers, for the people of whoever's making the applications. And so, you know, to allow that to happen, a review that might even confirm what we're doing is fine, but it might actually come up with some better ideas as to how we can do things. And by looking at other local authorities and seeing how they proceed, it might give us a steer or way forward. I just think if we could just lift ourselves above party on this one and allow it to be something that we could all review as individuals and allow for a review to take place.
Thank you. Councillor Boddington, many apologies. I've managed to miss you out twice. And that's nothing personal, that's just me. Probably because you're sat so close, I don't know.
Right. I agree with what Councillor Towers has just said, which actually shortens what I need to say. I think during this discussion, we've got somewhat distracted by planning enforcement. There's nothing in the resolution about planning enforcement. And it's not about decisions made in planning committees. I've been on the South and Southern Planning Committee ever since I was elected councillor some years ago. You know, we work hard at our decisions. I'm not criticising that at all. The real issue for us, and it's always been a problem, is before that in the agenda setting meeting, or just agenda setting if there's no actual physical meeting, that is not particularly transparent. So I find that something which I want to go to committee, I said should go to committee, the town council thinks should go to committee to get a full debate and the sort of analysis that committees do. They're actually not going to committee. And when I ask, I just get told there were no material considerations. Well, in law, material consideration is what decision maker thinks is material to the decision. So, you know, it doesn't actually tell us anything. And what we need to have is more information there. I think that views of members are usually taken into account when an agenda setting, when they've been submitted. And there are a lot of members who actually don't submit their views online, which means they can't be there. I mean, always, if it's in my division, they always know my view and they'll always be online first. But it's that bit that concerns me. You know, it's about what gets to committee and what doesn't. And it may be we're taking some things to committee that we shouldn't, and we may actually not be taking some things to committee that we should. And that's why I back a review. And I think we do need one. Thank you.
Okay. Some time ago, it was seconded by Annie Parsons. Sorry, I'm looking for your name here and all my scribbles.
Thank you, Chair, and an interesting debate. And let me say that I think Richard mentioned the fact that the planning committee tends to be one of the least party political committees in the council. We often regularly find members from the same political party voting both for and against any particular application. So it is not a party political issue that we raise here. And similarly, the point that Richard and Joyce made, that when items come to committee to be considered, they're considered in a fair and appropriate manner. And again, we don't disagree with that in this motion. What we're saying is that the issue is which items are going to come to committee and which items are going to be dealt with through delegated powers as a result of the agenda setting meeting and the advice that the chairman and the vice chairman of committee have had from officers. And we think that there is a case for someone other than the chairman and the vice chairman to also possibly be involved in that agenda setting, and to at least, I think at the least we would ask as members of the committee that we see the minutes of the agenda setting meeting, because currently as a member of a planning committee we don't see those. And I think that we can be more transparent in the way that we do our business. I've certainly had no issues with the workings of the Southern Planning Committee. It works very well when it comes to committee. I'm not sure what goes on in the agenda setting meetings because I have no knowledge of what happens there. But obviously other people that have raised this motion perhaps have had a worse experience than what I've had. But all I'm asking for particularly is a review, not even a definitive action, a review to look at whether the way we deal and set the agenda for the committee is the right way going forward. So I hope you'll be able to support this. It's not done in any party political manner.
Okay, Councillor Vasma. Did you need to wake him up then, or?
No, I was just agreeing with Councillor Parsons and thinking how very, very wise words. I am very keen that we have some sort of review, and I believe that if people want me to take bits out of this motion, which they're upset about, I'm quite willing to do that. But I think the review is quite crucial, and I think it would help to make the council appear more open and democratic, and I think it would be the benefit of all members if there was a review of particularly the agenda setting meetings and how we interact how we can interact with that in the future.
Okay, there we have it. It's had a good lengthy airing and people have expressed their views. So we will move to the vote. All those please in favour of the motion, please show. Try and keep your hands up while they're counting. I know it's difficult. Three. 23. Again. All those against? See you. 30. So that motion has fallen. We will move on to the fourth motion, which has been received from Councillor Julia Buckley and is supported by Councillors Bagwell, Clark, Connolly, Dartmouth, Halliday, Mosley and Parsons. Julia.
Thank you. I seem to have the dubious honour of the graveyard shift. The last bit, if you can keep your eyes open, I'm hopeful this actually won't take that long. I brought this motion to council because I've been inundated by concerned care providers, so local organisations in Shropshire who provide adult social care. I don't just mean care homes for elderly people, I mean disabled adults. So looking after disabled adults in their homes and also providing day services, so day centres. What they're telling us is because they don't have any commercial income, they are wholly reliant on the contracts they have with Shropshire Council. So they can't cross-subsidise if the contract doesn't cover the costs to look after our most vulnerable residents. We have a fantastic team here at the council. I'm delighted to see some of them here today following the debate. And we have an annual process called the Cost of Care Review, where we look at a multi-annual contract. So we've given them a contract for 5 years, and every spring we just check, what has your inflationary pressures been this year? Do you need an uplift to cover the additional costs that you've borne? It's a great idea in principle. It's just that it's not quite working. And what I've asked today in the body of this motion is that we review that mechanism and just tighten it up so that it's fit for purpose. The main problem is twofold. One, it currently doesn't cover those adults' disabilities, so people with autism and learning disabilities, they were excluded from how the cost was calculated. But far more importantly, and I think particularly for our current moment in the economy, is that the data that is used, so the figures submitted by these care providers, is out of date. So when we're looking at what their increase of costs are, we're looking at last year and in some cases 2 years ago. We all know what's happened in the last 2 years. We've had superinflation, we've had energy cost rises, and quite specifically relevant to the care sector, the national minimum wage increase. This year is 2 years ago was 6.6%, but this year will be 9%. So if we're using figures and costs from 2 years ago to calculate the uplift for today, quite obviously there's going to be a gap between those two figures. And what we're hearing, and I bobbed it around in an email to you quite late last night, sorry, as you can see I couldn't sleep worrying about this, but the email came from the Care Provider Alliance. So it's a network of 19,000 non-profit care providers, and they said in learning disability and autism services, a recent survey showed that 71% of providers have handed back a contract, declined to deliver a service, or considered doing so in the last 12 months. And 83% are subsidising services that should be paid for in full by the state. So the risk of not keeping up with these inflationary costs is that these care providers will simply stop doing it. They'll give the work back to the council. So I mean, if I wanted to be party political, I would say, great, bring it back in-house. But I'm not doing this to be party political. I feel that would cost us a lot of money. I think that putting it back out to tender to private providers with a higher cost would cost us a lot of extra money and a lot of time. And I'm suggesting that we listen to the care providers who are saying, can we just recognise that inflation is at a super high rate? Those pressures in the last 2 years have been unusual and exceptional. So it's no longer fit for purpose to have this time lag between the evidence you look at for costs and the costs that you agree. And so if you look at the motion, I wrote to all the party leaders, and I wrote specifically to the portfolio holder, Cecilia Motley, and I was quite honest and said, the wording's a bit woolly, please help me to improve it. The basic principle is we need to do something about that time lag between the costs that are submitted and the prices that are agreed. And the risk of not doing it is so great that these organisations working with our most vulnerable residents, they simply won't be able to afford to keep going. So that was the purpose of the motion. You can see the wording in front of you. I'm delighted to say that Cecilia Motley has come forward with a motion, and I'd like to give way to Cecilia if that's appropriate for others to hear about the development of the motion.
Does that mean you're accepting the motion, or?
So Cecilia forwarded one amendment, and we've done a bit of discussion together, and I'm hoping that she might present her final amendment.
Okay, well, first of all, we need to get somebody to second you. I know there are a number of names there, but I haven't got somebody in my speaker's notes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Cecilia, I think the ball might be knocked into your court there.
Yeah, sounds like it, doesn't it, Chairman? Thank you very much. Yes, I put an amendment to this motion from the Conservative group, which was actually sent round last night. Since then, I've had a conversation with Councillor Buckley. I've accepted the representation that she's made with regards to the time lag using the previous year's costings, and I have actually altered our recommendations, and I have not sent that round to everybody because I thought you'd all go mad getting more and more bits of paper. But I would, with your indulgence, Chairman, just like to read out the particular resolution which is now included in the amendment to the motion. Is that all right? Or is this?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were glaring at me and saying, heavens, we've never heard of this.
No.
Okay. Right.
I was literally just thinking it's probably Julia that really needs to listen to this, more so than myself.
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, she should actually already know it, but never mind. She may have forgotten it. Okay, so under the resolution, we have a new one, number 3, which is to recognise the complication of the time lag using the previous year's costings and impact of inflation, and how this has added additional pressure where the discrepancy is unusually high, such as in the 2023-24 negotiations. This should be given due consideration and, where possible, costs calculated as an average of the 2 years, and to also take account of inflation projections into the future. And I do just have to, that's that bit. The rest of it is as was sent to you this morning. But I do just feel that it's terribly important that members realise that a huge amount of work went into this fair cost of care exercise involving our care providers. They were given a huge amount of help and support in putting fair and square their concerns and their costings and their problems before us. We had, unfortunately, quite a low response rate, despite the fact that our officers were in contact with them personally, wrote to them, tried every method to try and get them to come forward and talk to us. As a result of this, we are going to be very shortly putting out details of the fair cost of care considerations to our providers. But I think it's worth saying that we are also going to be doing a lot of work with them, because we've got to, appreciating the fact that we are in exceptional times at the moment. Inflation is a huge amount higher than anybody ever imagined it was going to be last year. On top of that, we've got, they are faced with high fuel costs and other problems, as well as particularly difficulty recruiting staff, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, we will be working intensively with them through our officers to do a root and branch review of both supported living and learning disability. We also are very keen to increase the amount of domiciliary care that we are offering, because we know that people do better if they can be looked after in their own homes than if they have to go into a care home. And also, and very importantly, we are considering a future rural rate now, because we are very aware of the fact that rural areas, such a large rural county as we are, the cost of delivering care to those areas really is extremely high. And the problem is that when government make these calculations, unfortunately, they don't take this into account. So it's very important that we do that, and that we can actually then present a really fair assessment of what our cost base is going to be. We're obviously very hopeful that the rate of inflation is going to come down, and that will ease the matter for us. But it's also worth saying that although government has supported social care to the tune of £600 million, our share of that is precisely £3,200,000 £80 or something like that. It's really very small. So we are having to work incredibly hard. We're really having to stretch
10
ourselves.
seconds.
It's impacting our resources, and I do wish that members will appreciate that fact that we're working incredibly hard to sort this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Julia, Councillor Buckley.
I graciously accept the friendly motion, and I really appreciate the spirit of cooperation.
So the amendment now becomes the motion itself. Okay. I'm looking around the room. Councillor Connolly, you reserved your right. Are you anything you want to say before we move to the vote?
No, it's fine. Actually, I don't think you did ask me the question if I reserved my right, but it's fine. I'm okay.
Everybody always does. I just assumed you were. So sorry if I left you out and made you feel that I'd ignored you. Julia? I'm sure you've got nothing more to say other than you finish your lunch or your sweet or whatever it is that you're pounding there.
We seem to have cross-party support for this motion, and can I just say how welcome that is? You know, we've had lots of party banter today, haven't we? But isn't it positive when we're on the same page and proving that we all do care about our residents? So thank you very much for working together.
Okay, so we know that the amendment has been accepted. It's now the motion. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous for the amount of people that are left. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to item 13, which is questions from members. Councillor Allcroft, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Chair, if I may.
You may, please.
Sorry. Firstly, I'd like to thank the portfolio holder and his team for their response. The confirmation that Shropshire Council has been, is and will be involved with the effects of HS2 on the parish now and over the next few years should reassure the War community affected. I would ask the portfolio holder if he could comment on ongoing projects or recent meetings with HS2. Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Personally, I have a great deal of empathy with War, with what they've had thrust upon them, with the development of HS2 and the additional lorry movements that are coming through. As a council, we've worked extremely closely with War Parish Council and myself, and I know my predecessors who were also the portfolio holders before. Personally, I've been over to War, which is right at the opposite end of the county for myself, till 9:30, 9:45 of the evening for meetings. I know senior officers have been to meetings as well at War Parish Council. During the process of trying to assist the Parish Council at War, it's worth noting that Shropshire Council sit there as a consultative authority and not the primary authority because the roots start in Staffordshire. So it puts us in a little bit of an awkward position in the fact of how much power we truly have. However, the senior officers at Shropshire Council, along with the portfolio holders, have negotiated and worked through 32 mitigations with HS2. I think that equates to somewhere in the region of £114,000 worth of works that's going to be put in place to assist War. That cooperation and assistance will continue. However, I am very aware of the frustrations of War Parish Council and sometimes the way that they deal with myself and yourself as the local member, and probably more importantly for myself, the way they deal with officers can be somewhat demanding, dare I say aggressive and combative in its approach. I'm more than happy and committed to work with War, but War Parish Council also have to work with us to help them.
Thank you for that comment. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the second question, which was from Councillor Ruth Houghton. Ruth, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the helpful response from the portfolio holder. However, what's missing is any indication of timescale for the detailed plans and the carbon reduction feasibility plan. And I note in the budget proposals, not that we need to go over those again, there are £500,000 worth of savings against leisure centres for 25, 26, 2025, 2026, with no detail of how these will be achieved. So I'm really concerned that if the carbon reduction plans and the detailed plans support the mentioned in the response are not delivered quite quickly, there will be little chance of achieving those savings targets. So can the portfolio holder provide a timescale of when we will see those, please?
Councillor Gittins.
Thank you very much for your question there, Councillor Houghton. Yeah, when you're talking about climate reduction plans, these are things that unfortunately can't be done overnight. But what I will say is we are looking at different management options for leisure centres, and we aspire to keep all of our leisure centres open, especially when other councils are closing their leisure centres and libraries. We will do everything in our power to keep all these vital facilities open, as this is one of our top priorities under the Shropshire Plan. Furthermore, we don't know yet what other government grants and support will come in over the summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an urgent question which I did notify you about, if you will allow me to ask it.
Roger, I'm not going to allow you to ask it. We had this discussion before the meeting. It is the gift of the Chief Executive to decide whether a question is urgent or not. And in this instance, and I actually agree with him, it's not an urgent question. So, and it has had a response, and a response will be given, I believe, at Cabinet in 6 days' time. So, there we go. All right, move on to item 14, which is the exclusion of the public and press. I move that in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information Procedure Rules, that public and press be excluded for the consideration of the remaining business.
And I'm quite happy to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we won't move into it until everybody who needs to leave has left. Okay, are we live streaming or is that off?